Thank you so much for helping her, bro," Bloodwraith stammered before sneaking another glance at his sister. The sight of her wrapped securely in Damon's robe only deepened his delusions. Ah, this is fate. She resisted every man in the world, but she finally found someone worthy. And it's Big Bro, no less. Damon ignored the weird look on his face and set Phoenix down against a boulder near the mine's entrance. He adjusted the robe around her once more, ensuring her exposed skin was covered. For a fleeting second, he caught the vulnerable side of her face, calm, almost fragile without the fire in her eyes, and she looked even more beautiful. He straightened, turning to Bloodwraith. "She'll be out for a while. Guard her properly." Bloodwraith immediately stood at attention, puffing his chest. "Leave it to me. Not even a fly will get close to Sis." He smacked his chest with determination, though his next words ruined the effect. "Also, should I start calling you brother-in-law already, or is it too early?" Damon gave him a deadpan look. Bloodwraith saw his face and nervously laughed. "Ha ha! Too early! Way too early! Forget I said anything!" "This is going to be a nightmare when she wakes up," Damon mumbled as he walked away back into the entrance of the mine. He raised his hand to touch the wall when he realized that he still had the wet, sticky liquid on his hand. Thanks to his enhanced primordial senses, he could smell it even at this distance. This was the first time he had smelled something like this, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face, which he quickly wiped away, ironically with the same hand. Shit! He then conjured a small orb of flame, scorching the substance away in an instant. Fuck it! Focus! He snapped out of it and focused on the mine again. Elena slithered close to him, waiting for his next order. Seeing her, Damon suddenly had an idea. He was not doing the snake any favor by simply holding her in the summoning space all the time. In fact, at this rate, she was going to fall behind and no longer be as useful to him. He either needed to spend the time and level her up and nurture her like a beastmaster would do, or he needed to let her go. Damon didn't feel that he had the time right now to personally nurture her, but seeing this mine gave him an idea. He could leave Elena behind to guard this place for the time being. Beasts had the ability to absorb mana cores directly and strengthen themselves. Their way of intuitively feeling the element and using the elemental powers was a little different when compared to other races, particularly the humanoid ones. Both paths had their own advantages and disadvantages, and one path couldn't really be deemed better than the other. This mine here could potentially be a wonderful opportunity for Elena. The snake would have all the mana reserves that she would need, and she would be able to hunt the other beasts in the forests nearby and quickly become stronger. At the same time, she would also be able to guard the mine and allow it to mature more. He would be able to sense immediately if she was in any danger, and Bloodgate could bring him here in a few seconds. It was a win-win situation. Damon walked closer and patted the huge snake on its head. She had a fiery aura around her, but that did not hurt Damon at all. In fact, the shiny crimson-yellow scales were cool to his touch. Not because they were naturally cool, but because the snake was adeptly manipulating her flames. "Aren't you a talented little girl?" He rubbed her head. The serpent rumbled low in her throat, tilting her head into his hand as though savoring the rare affection. "Grow strong, little snake. Eat whatever you want and become as powerful as you can. I will come and get you once I'm done with some things." Elena hissed. Her tongue flicked out, tasting the mana-rich air, and her coils tightened with excitement. She understood. This place was hers now. With a ripple of motion, she slithered away from him, vanishing into the deeper tunnels where the mana was richer. "You are way too eager," he smiled. He cast one last look at the mine and then walked out of the entrance once again, heading back to Bloodwraith and Phoenix. It looked like Phoenix was still out of it, so he chatted with Bloodwraith for a bit and then summoned a Bloodgate back to the throne room of the Blood Hall. His money problem was still staring at his face, and it looked like he had no other choice except to take the plunge and do the thing that he needed to do. Who the hell was he kidding? His brain was begging him to think rationally, but a part of him wanted to do this badly. He had set up schemes and scenarios where the Super 10 were going to get fucked at least a little bit, but it was not nearly enough. He wanted to personally fuck with the assholes who dared to touch his family. There was also Aiden. Why not use this chance to apply some poison to the blow which he had already planned for them? Of course, before doing this, he needed to do some experiments of his own. He had an inkling already, but he needed to confirm it. If what he thought was indeed correct, then he could exponentially increase their losses. He wouldn't just have stabbed them in the heart, he would also be twisting the knife and making them feel even more pain. Damon grinned in excitement. He headed to the training room in the blood hall, just an ordinary one this time, and then started. He began his experiment by spitting on his hand and then focusing on that spit. Not to make it stronger, he wanted to make it weaker. The training room was silent, the stone walls lined with faintly glowing runes that pulsed with ambient mana. Damon rolled the saliva across his palm, eyes narrowing as he channeled his will into it. He had first noticed his control over it when he was fighting that kid Necro God. He seemed to have some control over his loogie, just like how he had control over his blood. It had something to do with using poison element or the poison essence. He wasn't all that familiar with the element and first activated all of his recent poison skills to get a feel for it. A faint green haze shimmered across his palm as toxic breath stirred to life, acrid fumes curling between his fingers. He then used Poison Burst, Decay, and all his skills one after the other. At first, he thought that this would be difficult and might even take more time, making it impossible for him to use all of this in time. But he was pleasantly surprised. Maybe because of his poison body, he was able to get an intuitive feel for it pretty quickly. He then called for Erin and chatted with her a bit about it. Training together with her also improved his progress by leaps and bounds. At the end of the day, there was only so much he could achieve in a closed room. He opened up a blood gate again, and this time he opened up a portal to a place he was familiar with in his last life, the Poison Mountains. It was a place filled with all sorts of poisonous beasts and was pretty much impossible to survive in. In his last life, there were several rumors going around about this place. Some claimed there was a legendary weapon hidden here. Some claimed there was some sort of inheritance here. All sorts of treasures were rumored to be buried here just because no one had actually explored this place, not even the Super 10 Guild. The entire place was pretty much a big pain in the ass. It was bathed in perpetual mists of noxious fumes, and there were deadly, poisonous beasts at every step. Only alchemists occasionally stepped inside these mountains to try their luck at getting some strong poison sacks, which went for a pretty buck if converted into deadly poison. However, even those alchemists only wandered on the outskirts, not daring to actually traverse the mountains. It was basically a suicide wish to come here. However, Damon's situation at the moment was very unique. In fact, as soon as he had obtained the 9 million poison body technique, this was the first place that came to his mind. He had wanted to come here to try and complete the second cycle of the technique. But now he simply made this trip sooner to get some training in. What better place to improve his poison abilities than these mountains right here? The blood gate yawned open with a ripple, and Damon stepped through. Erin quickly followed behind him, not wanting to be left behind this time. Immediately, a burst of fresh air assaulted them. Erin was quite shocked. "My lord, this is very different from my domain." Damon laughed. "Yeah, it is." Even though everything around here was poisonous, the lands were still fertile in their own twisted way. The entire place was covered with lush greenery. Trees with bark as black as charcoal grew tall and crooked, their leaves dripping with corrosive dew. The soil pulsed with life, veins of greenish mist rising from cracks like the mountain itself was breathing. Flowers bloomed in colors so vivid they looked unreal. Each one was extremely beautiful, yet reeking of death. Damon inhaled deeply, letting the toxins seep into his lungs. His body thrummed in response, the 9 million poison body eagerly drinking in the venomous air like a thirsty man at a spring. "Perfect," he muttered, crimson eyes flashing. "This whole mountain range is a natural poison furnace." A moment later, a group of snakes slithered out of the ground and surrounded the both of them. Their eyes were emerald in color, and they were all around level 80 to boot, pretty high-leveled for the outer regions. Damon grinned. This was what he was here for. However, he did not attack them immediately. He allowed them to attack first and tried to observe everything about them. He tried to sense how they use the poison element. He didn't move to strike, instead letting one snake dart forward. Its jaw gaped unnaturally wide, fangs dripping with a viscous green liquid that hissed when it hit the soil. Damon felt the poison essence sharpen at the exact moment of the strike, condensing into more potent venom before the bite even landed. He nodded in understanding, very seriously taking mental notes. A level 80 snake was quite intelligent. It was not a mindless beast. Seeing Damon's reaction, the snake became very enraged. The human was looking down on it. It bit down mercilessly on Damon, doubling back and making its venom even more potent. But the next moment, its emerald eyes went wide. Its fangs had drawn blood, and ironically, the one who had gotten poisoned was not the human, but itself. The snake did not understand what happened. It felt its essence depleted as it dropped dead on the ground. On the other side, Damon smiled. Just from the first encounter, he was able to grasp a lot. Coming to this place was the right decision after all. The entire game was currently in shutdown mode, and he still had about 10 hours to somehow make this work. When the world was open again, he would finally make his move. It would be time to meet his good old friend again, this time up close and personal. Damon closed his eyes and calmed himself. His blood boiled with rage and excitement, but he knew he needed to stay calm and collected. To deal with a bastard like Aiden and beat him at his own game, he needed to be extremely careful. In the middle of a lush green forest, 5 green boas were currently doing a weird dance. Some might wonder if it was a mating dance of sorts, but in reality, they were simply curling and writhing and tensing and coiling constantly, as if they were in unbearable pain. They twisted and writhed as though an invisible fire burned through their veins. Their emerald scales shimmered unnaturally in the shifting sunlight, and every contortion of their bodies looked less like instinct and more like a curse etched into their flesh. The ground beneath them was torn and scuffed as if they had been thrashing in that spot for hours. Not the ideal control I wanted, but this is good enough for me to get the job done, Damon grinned. He then released the 5 green boas from his control and surprisingly let them go. Run, little snakes. I am in a very good mood today. The 5 boas frantically tried to slither away, tears of blood streaming from their eyes. They were all level 110 beasts, but for the past several hours, they had been toyed around by a monster as if they were level 10 tree snakes. They staggered across the forest floor, ran as fast as they could, their bodies scraping against roots and rocks in their desperate retreat. Blood streaked the grass where they passed, staining the green with streaks of crimson. They silently vowed never to come out to the outer regions again and disappeared into the dense shrubbery. Watching this scene, Aaron jiggled in delight. "I must say, my lord, you are simply brilliant." Damon chuckled at his sadistic little sidekick. "You haven't seen anything yet. The real show will start now. Let's go. We are already 5 hours late." He finished his training later than expected, but it was fine. The results were just as he had hoped. Now he was ready to execute his plan. Some might call it a death wish, but what the heck? If he did not mess with these fuckers now, in the future, they might even become too powerful for him to do anything about it. He opened his system interface and his message bar on the side. There he typed a new name that was not already in his friends list. Totally Not a God. This name was one of the reasons both of them had quickly become very good friends in his last life. Blood God and Totally Not a God. We are coming for you, world. We will become unbeatable gods one day. Damon remembered the countless times they had shouted embarrassing things after a hard day's work, getting completely sloshed. Damon clenched his fists and hit confirm. The name blinked into his interface, and the system pinged with a soft chime. Friend request sent. Totally Not a God. For a long second, nothing happened. Then came the next message. Friend request accepted. Damon froze, then slowly smiled. A smile that could send shivers down anyone's spine. Erin felt her body tingle all over on seeing such an expression on Damon's face. She licked her lips in excitement. Damon then began typing his message. Meanwhile, in another part of the Earth Online world, a man clad in battered, mismatched armor sat on the edge of a cliff. His screen flashed with the same notification, and, for the first time in years, a grin tugged at his lips. "Interesting, very interesting," he muttered, gripping his staff. His laughter echoed into the valley, rough and unrestrained. "I was thinking of meeting you soon, but I never thought that you would request a meeting of your own volition. I guess it is high time I met one of the key fate-bearers of this world." This man was none other than Aiden. He quietly teleported from the spot he was currently sitting on and appeared inside one of the nearby cities. He walked to a private booth in a tavern and opened the door. "Ah!" A few almost naked girls screamed dramatically and acted shy, covering their private parts, but seeing that they were completely ignored, they quieted down and stood on the side. "Get up, we have some work to do," Aiden indifferently spoke. His eyes did not even register the women. Magica, on the other hand, clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Why are you here to bother me again? Can't you find anyone else?" He sighed in annoyance and went right back to fondling a pretty woman who was attached to his hips. With no respect for Aiden, he simply continued to lick the nipples of that woman and thrust into her repeatedly, making her moan and quiver. Aiden still showed no reaction. He only calmly responded, "You should know that you are already on thin ice. You have failed 2 times now. This is your 3rd and final chance. If you screw up now, then there will be no more chances for you." Magica continued biting and teasing that woman, and even pulled another one closer to him, shoving his fingers into her. "Man, why can't you ever let me enjoy myself once in a while? I work hard 24/7 for you guys. Is a day's break too much to ask? Even the slave labor workers get more free time than I do." Magica's heavy panting filled the booth, but Aiden remained standing like a specter, unmoved by the carnal display before him. His presence alone was suffocating, and even the 2 women trembling under Magica's grip glanced nervously toward him. "Fine, fuck it, I'm coming, all right, no pun intended." He then laughed and grunted while he climaxed and finally removed himself from the spot he had been glued onto for the past several hours. Magica still showed no signs of hurry. He took a piece of the roasted meat from the table and shoved it into his mouth and spoke while still chewing the food. "If you are not interested in women, there are men here too. No judgment, Aiden," he spoke, as particles of food flew everywhere. "At least have some food. This roasted griffin meat is very tasty." Magica shoved some more meat into his mouth. Seeing that Aiden did not care for any of it and had already started walking out, he quickly hurried over behind him. "Wait. I am assuming you also want to meet that madman. He has been training non-stop now for many days. He is in Haku City's Advanced Training Center. RX is also there. I can get both of them if you want." He trailed after Aiden with greasy fingers and a crooked grin, clearly trying to lighten the mood, but the sharp weight of Aiden's silence pressed against him like a blade at his throat. "I don't need you to get them," Aiden finally replied. "They should already be well on their way. Not everyone ignores their messages, and not everyone has the luxury of wasting time." Okay, enough about it already. Next time I will keep checking my messages even on my off days. Magika rolled his eyes as he continued to casually walk. They walked all the way to the outskirts of the city when Aiden opened up a portal. The skill was different compared to Bloodgate, but it did the job nonetheless. Within a second, Aiden and Magika had arrived at the destination. To Magika's surprise, it was a vast stretch of grassy plains. The plains stretched endlessly before them, swaying with tall grasses. It was the kind of place that did not leave any particular hiding spots. Magika frowned. "Are you sure you want us here? I thought you wanted your involvement with us to be kept under wraps. Something changed now?" Aiden did not answer. Magika could only sigh in exasperation. It is not a good sign for a leader to keep everything to himself. You need to voice out your thoughts once in a while. Otherwise, how would I know what to speak and what not to speak? "How about you let me do all the talking?" Aiden bluntly cut him off. Magika just gave up. He did not bother reasoning with this madman anymore. He pulled his robe and his hood properly, making sure that no part of his face was visible from the outside. But who knew? His effort could very well be useless. That bastard was that type of person. He most definitely had some sort of inspection skill that allowed him to see through even if the other party had everything covered up. Magika gritted his teeth. He hated that damned bastard to the core. Fucking blood god. The dude had simply popped out of nowhere and was now pretty much ruling the game. Shouldn't it be them, the fucking Super 10, ruling this damn game? As he silently cursed the bastard of the hour several times under his breath, the other members of the party soon arrived. To Magika's surprise, other than Oryx and that madman, there seemed to be two other figures. Naturally, all of them were also fully covered up, not revealing a single bit of their identity. Even their weapons were concealed. Unless and until a fight broke out, nothing at all would be revealed about them. But Magika knew that these guys also had to be top tier. By top tier, I mean the absolute top rank players, which no one even knew existed. For a moment, he thought of a scenario and his grin widened. How wonderful it would be if a fight actually broke out here. Everyone here was a powerful big hitter. That guy would be gangbanged and tossed like a cum dump. Him, Oryx, and that madman were pretty much on the same boat. They were all itching to fight with that bastard just one more time. During the purification raid, that bastard managed to slip through their fingers using underhanded methods. If it was not for those shitty, weak-ass paladins and priests, they wouldn't have lost the fight at all. But now all three of them had lost to him. Not to mention, they had also lost a precious resource because of him, which had put them back quite a bit. Magika sneakily glanced at the madman who was standing near him. His entire body was trembling from top to bottom, in anger and rage, no doubt. Madman was a training maniac. There wasn't much he cared about, but he was extremely proud of that mutated draconic beast. Blood God should have never killed that thing. Now that he had, this madman was not going to leave him alone, no matter which world he ran away to in this vast multiverse. Magika chuckled. The poor chap probably did not even know that a multiverse exists, and there were actually several billions of worlds other than theirs. The idiot was dancing like a cheap hooker, showing off his tits to everyone without knowing what awaits him in the future. Time ticked by, and soon more than an hour had passed by. Everyone stood still like statues, but Magika was starting to get impatient. Did that bastard finally get a brain and cancel this meeting? Under all that confidence and arrogance, there was an actual brain? I doubt it, he scoffed as he looked at the lone figure in the distance. A man was walking towards them. Just like them, he was also fully covered up. But unlike them, he hung his nickname proudly around him. Blood God. The damn bastard had actually dared to walk in alone and single without any fear. Was this courage or foolishness? Magika grinned. He did not care. The idiot was here and that was all that mattered. Today, he was going to get fucking wrecked. He turned to sneak another glance at Madman, who was barely controlling himself. Oryx's grip whitened around the hilt of his weapon beneath his cloak. The two hidden figures remained silent and unreadable, but their subtle shifts betrayed they were ready to strike at a single misstep. It was going to be a fucking celebration today. The motherfucker was going to get screwed every which way. However, before any of them could make a move, Aiden's voice cut through, loud and clear. I will be the only one doing the talking today. I suggest you all stand still until I say so. After Aiden spoke, the silence was absolute. Not a single soul dared to twitch a muscle. Even Magika, who thrived on mouthing off at the worst possible times, found himself narrowing his eyes and biting his tongue. Madman was visibly trembling with rage, the strain of restraint twisting his shoulders. But he, too, did not move. No one truly knew the depths of Aiden's background, his true origins, his purpose, or the limits of his abilities, but they all understood one unshakable fact. He was not someone to be trifled with. A mage feared and respected by the strongest leaders of the world did not earn that reputation by mere bluff. When Aiden spoke, even the most violent maniacs obeyed. But this stillness was no peace. It was only a leash, a thread-thin tether keeping the chaos at bay. They were wolves in chains, waiting for the leash to slip. Beneath those cloaks, beneath their smothered breaths and tightened grips, bloodlust boiled like magma. One way or another, a fight would break out today. When it did, every ounce of patience and restraint they showed now would snap like brittle wood, and then the true storm would begin. All the rage they were swallowing now would explode into carnage. On the opposite side of the plains, Damon strolled toward them, utterly unbothered by the suffocating tension. His movements were leisurely, almost mocking, as if he were arriving late to a dinner party. He chuckled, pointing to their cloaks. Look at this. We all have the same dressing sense. Very fashionable, don't you think? He either didn't recognize the threat before him or didn't care in the slightest. When he finally stopped before them, his crimson gaze flicked across each hidden figure with wicked amusement. He wondered whom each one were, the answers to which he was no doubt going to find soon enough. Aiden smiled back. He was the only one without a hood, the only one who dared to show his face out in the open. Unlike the rest, he wore no hood, no mask, no veil of secrecy. His expression was gentle and warm. He looked like the neighbor you'd borrow sugar from, the kind soul who carried groceries for the elderly, who waved at children on their way to school. His harmless boy-next-door smile radiated the exact opposite of everything he was. It was disarming. It was terrifying, because Damon now knew exactly how much of an asshole he was. It made him wonder all the more who the guy really was. Damon's eyes flicked to the nickname he had seen countless times now. Totally not a god. Suddenly a thought flashed in his mind, something he had never thought about before. Could this person in front of him actually be a god? He had laughed at it many times in his last life, but he had never thought much about it. Standing here now, confronted by that same disarming smile and fake politeness, Damon couldn't help but wonder. Could it be possible? Was the name not a joke at all, but a fucking balls-on-your-face truth? A god hiding among men. The thought chilled him, because if it were true, then all his victories, all his clawed progress, might have been nothing more than a game piece moved along a board designed by the smiling figure standing in front of him. Just how much was he aware, and just how powerful was he? Damon did not allow any of his doubts to show on his face. Instead, he calmly returned the smile of the conniving bastard. Unlike before when he had lost control, this time he was a lot calmer and stable. "Hello, blood god. I am glad you reached out to me. I truly am. I've been meaning to talk to you in person for days now. Someone of your caliber shouldn't be running around on your own. How do you feel about joining our guild?" Damon tilted his head, his crimson eyes arrogantly gleaming. "A guild, huh? I genuinely don't have any plans to join one. But," he grinned, "I'll keep this offer in mind. What's the name of your guild, by the way?" He asked it casually, knowing full well that Aiden was too slippery to give a straight answer. Still, he wanted to hear what excuse the snake would come up with. To his surprise, Aiden didn't dodge, didn't dance around the truth. To Damon's surprise, he simply smiled. "It is a secret." "Well then," Aiden continued smoothly, brushing past the moment, "since you don't want to join any group for now, let's not waste any more time. I'm guessing you're in a rush. You probably need money, right?" Damon raised his brow. He let his face show a little surprise. He had already guessed this snake would bring it up eventually after finding out what he had been up to lately. After all, he had contacted a lot of new folks. It was bound to slip out one way or another. "How did you know?" Damon asked with a light chuckle, as if he was trying to not act surprised, when in reality he was definitely not surprised. "You have your ways. I have mine. How could I not know about the person who had almost got the legendary item that was up for auction? It's only been a couple of days since then. I hope you still have those funds ready with you." Damon tried his best to make it look as if it was only because of the auction house exposure that he had arranged this whole meeting. Aiden's eyes gleamed with amusement, the corners of his smile never faltering. "You're sharp. Very sharp. You know how to keep your cards pressed close to your chest." His tone was almost admiring. "Comes with experience. But tell me, are you here to buy or just to waste my time with useless chit-chat and guild recruitment pitches? Do you have the money or not?" Damon acted arrogant and impatient, just like how the internet portrayed him. The cloaked figures shifted almost imperceptibly at Damon's words, the restrained wolves practically salivating for an excuse to pounce. But still, no one moved. Okay, relax," Aiden laughed. "I will not beat around the bush anymore. I do have the necessary funds." Damon's crimson eyes narrowed. "Good, because I don't waste time with window shoppers. If you're here, then put the gold on the table and let's get this over with. How much gold do you have and how many vials do you need?" He bluntly spoke without any niceties. The cloaked figures twitched again, tension rippling through their still forms like a taut bowstring ready to snap. But still, no one moved. Okay, relax," Aiden laughed. "I will not beat around the bush anymore. I do have the entire 2.5 billion that you need. My sources tell me this is the amount you need." The entire amount? This asshole was actually offering him the entire amount? Damon's lips curled into a dangerous smirk. 2.5 billion? That wasn't just money, it was a mountain of gold that could bankroll an empire. And Aiden had spoken the exact number Damon needed for his blood haul, as if it was no big deal. No guesses, no approximations, just the big fat number on the blinking screen. The fact that he knew this number did not come as a big surprise for him, but to simply just offer up the whole thing? Just how deep were these guys' pockets? This only made him sure of the decision he had already made. He needed to more actively do some things to bankroll things like this. Begging and scavenging like this was not going to work for a second time. Damon laughed darkly. "You really are very well informed. Almost too well. Tell me, do you know how much I paid for breakfast this morning, too? Aiden, however, only smiled wider, as if Damon's sarcasm amused him. Breakfast? No, but I do know what you want, Blood God, and I also know what you fear. And what is that? You want to rule Niera City with your blood haul. You don't want another rival growing into a threat before your blood haul stabilizes, and I'm giving you a way to that. Take my money, agree to my terms, and focus on what really matters. Or, well, see if your blood haul can last long enough without the gold to fund them. Damon chuckled darkly, refusing to let the bastard see through him. You really like to pretend you're in control, don't you? But let me give you a piece of advice, totally not a god. Guess what? You are really not a god. If I walk away from here, I still have a million ways to save my blood haul, but you won't get the poison you need. In fact, I might even supply your enemies with these poison vials. You should have guessed by now, right? I have a way to make more of them. Then he took a slow step forward, his crimson eyes glinting. Now tell me, is this a deal or a threat? Because if it's the latter, I'll happily save us both the trouble and start killing your pets one by one until you stop smiling. The 6 figures standing behind Aiden immediately moved. Powerful auras surged out of all of them, and weapons appeared in their hands. Damon could instantly recognize 2 of them. Magica and Oryx was here. If Damon had to guess, then among the other 4, there should be the guy who had bonded with the mutated worm. He had a couple of guesses about the remaining 3, but he didn't really care much about it. He didn't do this to find out what kind of backing Aiden had. He had to do this to make sure that the damned conniving bastard didn't doubt him. Aiden had thrown a shitload of money at him, solving all of his problems at once. Damon was never going to reject it. As for Aurora went, if she was really in trouble, he wouldn't ignore her. That woman had helped him many times, and he wasn't an asshole to ditch her just like that. So him agreeing to that term was also pretty much a lie. And if he simply agreed with everything that bastard said, it would look very suspicious. He needed to show that he was truly desperate for the money and at the same time use his arrogance to hide it under. This way, he wouldn't suspect that there was more to it. Damon had calmly played the part. Now, all that was left were the results. For a moment, it looked like all sorts of mayhem was going to explode. But once again, Aiden only needed to raise his hand. Like well-trained dogs, the 6 cloaked figures froze in place, their killing intent retreating just enough to keep the air from tearing open. Aiden's smile never faltered. That's what I like about you, Blood God. Even when you're staring down certain death, you bark louder than anyone else. It's foolish, bold, and reckless, but it makes people hesitate. Hesitation wins battles. Damon's eyes glinted dangerously. Cut the pretty speeches, dude. I didn't come here for compliments. Where's my gold? Do we have a deal or not? Aiden finally flicked his wrist and the system chimed. Ding! Trade request 2,500,000,000 gold coins. Damon tried his best to remain indifferent, but he was still shocked to his very core. At most, he expected 50 or 100 million gold coins from this encounter, perhaps even a couple more 100 million coins. But to simply throw the entire 2.5 billion at him, he was totally speechless. Just how powerful was this guy? To throw around this kind of money, he probably should have influence over all of the Super 10 guilds. How is something like that possible? The Super 10 might stand unitedly in some aspects, but basically they originate from different countries. It was impossible for all those world leaders with all the different countries, each with a massive ego to boot, to cooperate and respect a single guy like this. Forget world leaders. What about these top inhumanly talented players? What kind of a person could command this sort of respect from them? And this bastard had acted like a peasant and become all chummy with him in his last life, all to take Blood Rain from him? It had to be because of Blood Rain and this bloodline he had managed to acquire. This guy was after his primordial bloodline right from the very beginning. The glowing number hovered between them like a living thing. Damon swallowed all of his thoughts and his theories and calmly asked, "How many vials do you need in return?" Aiden laughed. He looked pretty satisfied with the dumbfounded expression on his face. "Not as many as you fear. Just a few will do. Let's say 200. 300 at most." He smiled that infuriating smile again. "Considering what one vial fetched at the auction, this is more than fair, isn't it?" "Fair, huh? So you want enough poison to bring down a small army, but you still act like you're being generous. Interesting math you've got there." "Think of it as an investment, Blood God. You get the funds to build your little empire, and I get insurance against your empire. A trade. Simple, efficient, mutually beneficial." Damon chuckled, though his eyes hardened. "So you're telling me that you can end me any time you want?" Aiden smiled and did not say anything. "What if I already have the antidote for this poison? I made the poison. Surely I can make the antidote too." Aiden chuckled. "I only need to worry about that if I intended to use it against you, which I do not. You don't have to be so cynical, you know. Not everyone is out to get you. You should be thinking of me more as a friend. Hopefully, when you see how beneficial this transaction is, you will change your opinion of me. Until then, probably nothing I say will change your mind. Not every trade is a knife in the dark." Damon did not say anything. He simply tossed 200 vials into the trade interface and then accepted it. Aiden briefly looked at the number of vials and then accepted it anyways. "So stingy," he smiled and shook his head. "Consider this an advance," Damon said coolly. "If you want more, you'll pay more. I don't run a charity." Aiden tilted his head, smile stretching in that harmless way that was anything but. "Fair enough. I suppose with this our meeting is officially concluded. Unless you plan on wasting more of my time," Damon replied flatly. He turned slightly, his cloak stirring in the faint breeze, already making it clear he had no intention of lingering. "Nope, I do not have anything more to offer you at this moment. Good luck. Hope we run into each other again soon. Oh, don't forget, the 2 women already belong to someone else. You should stay away from them. I'm telling you this for your own good." Damon froze for a moment, but he then started walking away as if he didn't even hear what Aiden had said. The 6 cloaked figures parted just enough to let him pass, though their killing intent lingered like a blade at his back. In a matter of seconds, Damon's figure disappeared from the plains. "Are you going to let him leave just like that?" Madman growled, his voice raw with fury. His entire frame shook beneath the cloak, rage and bloodlust leaking like steam from a boiling pot. Aiden didn't even turn his head. His eyes lingered on the direction Damon had vanished, the same harmless smile still painted on his lips. "Yes." Madman took a step forward, fists clenched so tight his nails dug through skin. "We mocked him, mocked you. If you gave the word, I would have crushed him under my foot right here. Why restrain us?" "Because crushing him now would be a waste," Aiden replied softly. "Do you kill the cub the moment it bares its teeth? No. You let it grow. Watch how far it dares to climb. Then, when the time is right, you decide if it deserves to live or to fall." Magishika clicked his tongue. "So we just stand here and wag our tails while the blood god gets stronger. Sounds brilliant. Absolutely foolproof." Aiden's smile finally shifted just a fraction, but enough to freeze the sarcasm in Magishikar's throat. "We didn't lose anything here today. In fact, we gained far more than he did. We needed these poisons to enter that pocket realm. Besides, when that cub needs more money next time, who do you think he will come begging to?" When Damon felt as if he was far enough, he directly used the system skill of the Blood Hall's Lord and teleported to the Blood Hall from the Great Plains. In the blink of an eye, the grassy plains, the suffocating tension, and Aiden's maddening smile vanished. The world folded in on itself until Damon's boots struck the polished obsidian floor of his blood hall once more. He exhaled slowly, his crimson gaze narrowing. On his interface, the number 2,500,000 shone like a mountain of gold, the proof that the trade had succeeded. He had actually expected this meetup to be a lot more chaotic, but this was different. Damon stared silently at nothing in particular and then shook himself like a dog that just got out of water. Fuck, that bastard is really something. He once again tried to shake off that creepy feeling clinging to his skin, but there was no denying it. Just who the hell was the guy? Erin, who had been idly twirling her hair in the corner of the chamber, perked up immediately. Her eyes lit up on seeing Damon return, and she immediately rushed over to him. Seeing that he was not in the best mood, she quickly suggested, "Might I serve my lord with a gentle, relaxing massage?" "Huh?" Damon looked at her in confusion. Since when did dragon snakes offer massages as if it were the most natural thing for them to do? His gaze then swept across the room, falling on two other figures who were waiting for him. One was KL, and the other was the idiot whom he hadn't seen in a while, Riven. One look at Riven's awkward and sheepish gaze, Damon could instantly tell who was responsible for teaching Erin about massages. But he did not reject the offer. After hours of training and what he had just gone through, he deserved a good massage and a few minutes of relaxation. He ignored the idiot trying to hide his face away from him and nodded at Erin. "Let's do it. I think there should be a bed and bath here somewhere." Kael quickly stepped forward and filled in the details. "There is, my lord. A chamber was prepared for you the moment you claimed this hall. Bathing pools, heated stone beds, and a resting alcove, all at your disposal. I'll guide you there." Erin immediately brightened, her blue-green eyes shimmering with delight at being given the chance. She slipped to Damon's side, practically skipping with eagerness. "Then allow me, my lord. I will ensure your every muscle is loosened, every ounce of fatigue banished. By the time I'm finished, you'll feel reborn." The way she said it sounded less like an offer of comfort and more like a gleeful promise of torment. Meanwhile, Riven coughed awkwardly and scratched the back of his neck, deliberately turning his face away from him. Damon ignored the guy's fumbling attempts to act innocent and followed K.L. Thorne. He was honestly a little excited about the whole thing. If there was one thing vampires were good at, it was indulgence. The noblest ones in particular knew how to live it up. He followed K.L. Thorne through the blackened corridors of the Blood Hall. This time, the oppressive air inside the Blood Hall was replaced by the decadent comfort of vampiric luxury. The chamber they arrived at was exactly what Damon expected from his hall, an indulgent sanctum carved for rulers. A vast crystal bath sat at the center, its walls glimmering faintly under the blood-red glow of enchanted sconces. Steam drifted lazily upward, carrying with it the intoxicating scent of fresh blood. Not ordinary blood, but something rare, something potent. Damon inhaled deeply, his vampiric instincts immediately recognizing the richness of the essence within. It wasn't just warmth that wrapped around him, it was power, raw, rich, intoxicating power. The essence of rare beasts carried mana that thrummed against his veins, each pulse stitching away fatigue, reforging muscle and spirit alike. He tilted his head back against the edge of the bath, his crimson gaze half-lidded, savoring the rush. His skin prickled, his senses relaxed, and the tension coiled in his body unraveled. A couple seconds later, he felt a warm and soft body hug him from behind. Damon turned his head slightly. Erin had slipped into the bath with him, her naked form pressing against his back. The crimson liquid lapped at her pale shoulders, and her wet, dark hair was plastered to her skin, making the startling blue-green of her eyes seem even more vibrant in the dim light. She offered no excuse, her expression a mixture of devotion and a strange, primal confidence. "I was told a proper massage requires direct contact to transfer warmth and energy, my lord," she murmured, her voice a low purr against his ear. "It is most effective this way." Damon let out a short laugh. "I'm sure Riven's lesson was very thorough." He was just happy this one hadn't met Elora next. Sure, he had the self-control to withstand one of them, but the two of them combined? He doubted if any man in his right mind would have the self-control to ignore these two women at the same time. Damon let out a sigh and allowed her to continue. He didn't push her away. He leaned back, settling his weight against her. There was no need to overreact about a simple massage. Erin took this as her cue. Her slender arms wrapped around his chest, her fingers tracing the lines of his hardened muscles, before her hands moved to his shoulders. The massage began. Her touch was nothing like he expected. Her fingers, though nimble, possessed a startling, wiry strength that dug deep into the knots of tension coiled around his neck and shoulder blades. It was a pressure that was both painful and intensely pleasurable, a focused power that seemed to seek out and destroy every trace of fatigue. She kneaded the muscles with a practiced rhythm, as if she had an intuitive understanding of sinew and bone. Damon grunted, his head falling forward as she worked a particularly stubborn knot below his scapula. The suffocating feeling Aiden had left on him began to loosen its grip. The combination of the potent blood seeping into his pores and Erin's relentless, therapeutic assault was overwhelmingly effective. He could just let himself enjoy this wonderful feeling for a few hours. Damon closed his eyes, trying his best to focus on relaxing his body rather than the stunningly beautiful naked woman who was plastered to his back and who was running her hands all over him. It was very difficult, but still doable. Just as he got comfortable with the whole situation, suddenly a curveball landed on him without any warning. The dangerous woman shifted from his back to his front, jumping to his lap. Damon was completely caught off guard. One moment her fingers were digging mercilessly into the hardened cords of his shoulders, the next she had slipped around him like serpentine grace and perched herself boldly on his lap. Crimson waves lapping against his chest as her weight settled lightly over him. Her blue-green eyes gleamed with mischief as she continued her massage, as if she hadn't done anything out of the ordinary, as if this was simply a natural progression of things. Damon's eyes widened at the unexpected shift, but he didn't pull away. He swallowed as he allowed himself a moment of indulgence, savoring the sensation of her soft skin against his. His hands instinctively found her waist, his grip firm and steadying. "Is this also part of the treatment?" he asked, his gaze trailing over her naked, seductive figure. A beautiful smile bloomed on Erin's face. "Of course, my lord. The tension in your chest is more stubborn. It requires direct persuasion." Her fingers, now exploring his chest, were as deft and powerful as they had been on his back. He could feel the tension melting away, replaced by a warm, tingling sensation that spread through his body. As her hands moved lower, tracing the lines of his abdomen, Damon's breath hitched. He could feel the heat rising between them. His not-so-little general was already ready for duty, knocking on the door for a while now. He was about to completely lose it. To make things worse, Erin rubbed her bare ass on his hardness, letting out a small laugh. Her laughter was soft and seductive, her breath warm against his ear. "You endure so much, my lord. Perhaps it is time for you to let go, to trust in the hands that seek only to ease your burdens. Her hands moved lower still, her fingers tracing his lower abdomen. Damon's breath hitched again, his grip on her waist tightening as he pulled her closer. The crimson liquid of the bath swirled around them, the warmth and scent of it adding to the intoxicating atmosphere. Her fingers danced along his skin as she licked her lips with an intoxicating expression. Damon closed his eyes, not wanting to look at her anymore. Her perfect curves and her supple body was way more than he could handle, especially when she was sitting right there in that position, all ready for him to fuck her into oblivion. He was not a saint, damn it. He was just a man. Just how much restraint could he show when women made it a point to jump on him without their clothes on? His general twitched in impatience, knocking on the door again and again, wanting to simply barge in. "My lord, please allow me this honor," Erin sweetly spoke, before her hands moved further down, running up and down. Her words sent a jolt of desire through him, and he could feel his control slipping. He knew he should resist, should maintain the distance and formality that his position demanded. He should not be taking advantage of her like this. But in that moment, with her soft skin against his and her bare ass on his general. Damn it. It was just a massage with a happy ending. Was it really necessary to think about it so much? Damon's thoughts raced as Erin's hands continued their exploration, her touch both gentle and insistent. He could feel the tension in his body unraveling, replaced by a growing need that demanded satisfaction. Then, all of a sudden, her hands disappeared. Just when he was about to lose it and pull her down himself, he felt something soft and wet lick him. Damon's eyes snapped open, a gasp escaping his lips as the unexpected sensation sent a jolt of pleasure straight to his core. Erin was staring up at him from down there, having taken all of him inside her mouth. He could feel the back of her throat hitting him, her tongue running all over his length. Her tongue was warm and wet, her touch both tender and insistent as she explored him with a skill that left him breathless. Damon grunted. "Erin, what are you doing?" he growled. She looked up at him, her blue-green eyes gleaming with mischief and hunger. "I am merely continuing the treatment, my lord. Sometimes the most stubborn tensions require alternative methods." Her words sent a shiver of desire through him, and he could feel his control slipping. He knew he should resist, should maintain the distance and formality that his position demanded. He should not be taking advantage of her like this. Then, all of a sudden, Damon's hands found their way to her hair, his fingers tangling in the wet strands as he guided her movements. The treatment continued with more enthusiasm. When Damon finally leaned back again, fully relaxed and utterly spent, it had already been several hours, and many happy endings had come and gone. Erin rested nearby, her expression one of quiet triumph. Her soft body was still hugging him tightly, her chest pressed against him. She was ready for another round. Damon chuckled and pushed her to his back. Get back to massaging, and no more naughty business. If he could, he would do this all day, but the time for relaxation was over, and there was a lot left to be done. He opened the message Elora had sent him a few minutes ago, which made him put a stop to the many massage treatments. "There was a lot of movement, my lord. I hear the nobles talk about something huge. If my information is correct, then the mages of the city are helping someone tomorrow. In about 10 hours, something huge is happening." Damon's crimson eyes narrowed. A sudden development right after I gave them my spit? Coincidence? He chuckled. "Well, this is perfect. It gives me the perfect opportunity to fuck those assholes until they cannot recover." His mind went somewhere else, and his little general became ready for action again. But Damon immediately put those thoughts away. He leaned back against the crystal edge of the pool, thinking of the recent developments. His mind raced far sharper than his languid posture suggested. The poison he gave Aiden and that group was real, potent, devastating. That much was undeniable. If he had tampered with it immediately, Aiden would have sensed it. He would have sniffed out the scheme like a viper and pulled the deal apart before it even started. No, Damon knew better. He needed patience. He needed the perfect stage, the exact moment when the poison was displayed for use, when the smug bastards thought themselves untouchable. That would be the moment he reached in and twisted the knife. Normally, something like this would be impossible. They could be anywhere in this world, doing anything. He did not have the resources to keep track of them and find each and every one of their identities, let alone their location. Damon knew he was overreaching, but he had a feeling that he could somehow make it possible. Considering the timing of everything, there was only one place Aiden and the others would most probably use his poison, and that was within that gate of hell. It was a gamble, and now things had worked out just like he had expected. 10 hours, Damon murmured, stretching his arms across the edge of the pool like a king reclining on his throne. That's all the time I need to prepare for the show. He stood up to get out of Bloodbath, mulling over many things in his head. When he turned around, he suddenly noticed many women walk in and stand in his personal chamber, bowing their heads. These young women had barely any clothing on them and had a hollow look in their eyes. The one thing common about them all was that they were all good to look at. Perhaps not as stunning as Erin or Kate or Aurora or any other women in his life, but they were quite pleasing to the eyes. Damon raised his brow. What the heck was this development? My lord, these blood slaves are for your pleasure. Shall I order them to attend to you one after the other, or do you want them all together? Erin asked, her naked figure trailing behind him. Damon looked at her and then looked at the several beautiful women. He felt a headache coming on. All right, first, why don't you wear something? Don't get undressed in the future if I do not personally undress you, okay? Erin smiled and nodded. Damon realized that the way he had spoken was a bit ambiguous, but he let it go and did not dwell on it. Get me Calethorn. He sighed and shook his head as his gaze landed on the line of what might as well be living and breathing sexy blood bags. The vampires did not have the habit of holding back when it came to indulgence. Erin bowed lightly, her damp hair spilling forward as she answered sweetly, "As you wish, my lord." She gave a quick glance at the barely dressed women as if she was wondering if there was something wrong with them before her eyes returned to Damon. I shall have Calethorn summoned immediately. A couple minutes later she returned with the Blade Master. When Calethorn entered, the first thing he noticed were the slaves. A look of disgust flashed past his face. Damon for a second expected the guy to question him, but he only indifferently stood on the side and bowed, waiting for Damon's orders. Damon smiled faintly in approval. A loyal sword is one that follows orders without hesitation, even when those orders cut against personal belief. Good, Damon said evenly. Then take these women somewhere safe and release them from their chains, quietly. No one in the hall needs to know they were spared. As far as Varnix is concerned, just tell him that I drained every last drop. Calethorn nodded. He tried his best to hide it, but Damon could see that he was relieved. Damon chuckled and opened up a blood gate for them. Come back fast. I need you by my side soon. Once the minor interruption was taken care of, Damon continued with the more important things on his mind. The next few days were going to be extremely busy for him, so he decided it was best to take care of some things immediately. As the first order of business, he walked over to the main chamber of the blood hall and summoned for Varnix. The vampire was somewhere else, but hurried over instantly. My lord, you called for me. Damon smiled. So, whom do I deposit this 2.5 billion gold coins? Huh? Varnix stood utterly dumbfounded.
Varnix's jaw actually slackened.
his usual aristocratic composure cracking for the first time in Damon's memory. "My lord, did you just say 2.5 billion? You have managed to gather all the funds?" His voice carried disbelief, as though the number itself was too large to even exist. Damon smirked, savoring the reaction. "You heard me. You can call the backup now. Prepare for war." Varnix hurriedly nodded, snapping out of his trance. "Yes, my lord, yes, of course. I will make all the necessary arrangements right this second. I will even bring those elite troops in a few days in advance and put them for good use. I will make sure to extract every bit of your gold's worth." Varnix's eyes gleamed with a fanatic light now, the shock burning away into unrestrained zeal. His voice quivered with reverence. "You truly are the destined one, my lord. With 2.5 billion gold, we can do more than just prepare. We can dominate. Armies of lesser factions will pale before us. The humans will not dare lift their heads when the blood hole marches. We can establish a true stronghold and become a faction even in this god-forsaken world." Damon leaned back in the throne, one leg casually resting over the other, crimson eyes glittering. "Good. Then start. Buy me my victory." "Yes, my lord." Varnix bowed so deeply his forehead almost touched the obsidian floor. He then quickly scurried over, already starting the process. A system interface flashed in front of Damon. "Ding, do you wish to finalize the deposit of 2,500,000,000 gold coins into the Blood Hall Treasury? YN." Damon quickly accepted the notification. "Ding, transaction confirmed. Blood Hall Treasury balance, 2,500,000,000 gold coins." "Ding, faction buff activated. Resources of war. All troop recruitment, equipment forging, and construction costs reduced by 35% for 7 days." "Oh, construction. Interesting." Damon leaned forward on the throne, resting his chin lightly against his hand as he studied the notification. He hadn't expected the Blood Hall system to unlock something so convenient this soon, but it was perfect, absolutely perfect. Right now, Nyera was still a gutted husk, ruined, broken, and mostly abandoned after the faction war had gutted its population. But if he was about to start recruiting troops by the thousands, then the city would not stay empty for long. New vampires meant new mouths to feed, new egos to control, and new chaos that needed to be molded into order. If he left the city as a pile of rubble, he'd be asking for collapse before the Blood Hall even stood on its own legs. It was not enough to just order these elite troops with money. He needed to make more preparations. Otherwise, the true worth of his 2.5 billion gold would never come out. With the buff slashing costs by more than a third, it was the perfect time to transform Nyera from a ruin into the seed of a vampire empire. He wouldn't waste the chance. The first order of business was infrastructure. He should not become short-sighted. He needed to think about laying the foundation for a proper base that could outlast any siege. Damon knew every soldier and recruit needed proper facilities, so he needed to begin with barracks and training grounds. This was the main requirement for housing an army. Beside them, smithing forges and alchemy labs would rise, the heartbeat of mass production, churning out weapons, armor, and potions to fuel the growing army. This was where he could earn some money on the side. But steel and blood alone could not sustain a city. Actual commerce would be the bloodlife. Auction house and sprawling blood markets would not only enrich the hall, but transform Nyera into a hub of trade, a city powerful enough that even rival factions, both light and dark, would be forced to come crawling to its gates. Then there was the matter of establishing trade connections. He needed to establish trade networks between other dark faction and corrupted light faction settlements. Every caravan flowing into Nyera would fatten his treasury further. There were a lot of matters like this to attend to and plan thoroughly. Time was of the essence, and he needed to strike when the iron was hot. The big influx of troops would build a lot of momentum which needed to be used properly. At the same time, he simply did not have the mental space, time, and energy to deal with these things. He needed someone experienced to manage everything. Damon's mind went to the one follower slot that was still empty for him. He thought about it for a second and decided to do it. He summoned for Varnix again. The old vampire came running back, a little surprised. "You called for me, my lord?" "Yes," Damon nodded. "Varnix, I'll be blunt. I need some help. I don't have the time and patience to micromanage supplies and ledgers. The hall will soon be overflowing with soldiers, traders, and many opportunities. That means infrastructure, supply chains, barracks, markets, all the things that can help our blood hall and this city grow. So tell me, who among here is capable of managing such things? Someone who won't crumble under pressure, someone who knows how to build and maintain, someone with the foresight to build a city, and also the blood hall's treasury." Varnix hesitated for a fraction of a second, then lowered his head. "My lord, there is one who comes to mind. She was once a steward in the Crimson Duchy before the humans burned it to ash, a mind sharp as any blade, and a will that could bend lesser vampires to her command. She was stripped of her title after her fall." "Fall?" Damon raised a brow. Varnix hurriedly explained. "My lord, she has absolutely nothing to do with whatever transpired back then. The Hall Lord of the Crimson Duchy blamed everything on her, but I know her personally, and I know that she would never have allowed the Hall to become bankrupted. She was merely the scapegoat forced to take the blame." Damon's expression didn't shift, but his crimson eyes gleamed with interest. A scapegoat, was she? That meant one of two things. Either she was truly competent and dangerous enough that her lord needed her gone, or she really had failed and Varnix was covering for her. Convenient story. Damon shook his head. If she was so capable, why hasn't someone else claimed her already? "Because she is feared, my lord. She is a monster who nearly bankrupted a duchy with her schemes. She is a reminder of betrayal. Everyone turned their backs on her. But that only makes her more valuable to us. She has nothing left to lose and everything to prove. Loyalty born of desperation can be stronger than chains." Damon sighed inwardly. Already his 3 recruits were weirdos whom he had to struggle to deal with. Here he was, hoping that at least Varnix would recommend him a normal one which was straightforward to deal with, but it looked like that was not going to happen. Once again, an anomaly was staring at his face. Well, whatever. It was not a big deal. He would have Varnix check the progress as well. Both of them would be oath-bound to him, and there shouldn't be any way for them to betray him. He personally did not know anyone else, so he had to take this chance based on Varnix's recommendation. And Varnix was someone whom he could trust. Even in his previous life, there was no wrong news or gossip circulating about him. There was simply no reason why he shouldn't trust him. "Okay, I will trust your words, Varnix. Bring her to me. If she impresses me in these next few days, she can continue. Otherwise, I might have to replace her." Varnix bowed. "Understood, my lord. I shall summon her at once. She will not fail you." The vampire hurriedly left the room, and a few minutes later he returned along with someone else. She was not what Damon expected. Varnix had painted a picture of a fallen stewardess clawing for relevance, desperate to prove her worth again. But the woman who followed him into the chamber radiated anything but desperation. Her long crimson hair was tied into a sharp ponytail, not a strand out of place, giving her a look of disciplined elegance. A pair of thin-rimmed glasses sat neatly on her nose, catching the red glow of the hall's sconces as her gaze swept across the throne room. Stockings clung to her legs, paired with a fitted skirt and blouse that gave her the air of a cold, calculating secretary rather than some shamed exile. She looked like someone who had just stepped out of a court chamber, ready to command armies with ink and parchment instead of blood and steel. Her crimson eyes were icy, indifferent, merciless, and they scanned Damon with the precision of an auditor dissecting numbers in a ledger. No hunger, no desperation, only a detached, professional disinterest that made it feel as though he was the one being weighed and measured. Her entrance was not the plea of a beggar for a second chance. It was the stride of someone who fully believed she still deserved the world at her feet. Damon's lips twitched. So this was Malia, the so-called monster who nearly bankrupted a duchy. She carried herself not like a disgraced servant, but like a queen, disguised as a scribe. Damon remained deliberately silent. On the other side, Malia stood perfectly straight, hands clasped neatly in front of her, expression unreadable behind those glasses. The only movement came from the slow blink of her eyes as she studied the throne room in quiet calculation, as though already rearranging the blood hall in her mind. "So," Damon finally said, "this is the great vampiress who nearly bankrupted an entire duchy. Tell me, Malia, should I be preparing to count losses before I've even given you the treasury keys?" Varnick stiffened beside her, his lips parting in alarm, but Malia's composure didn't falter. Her gaze slid from Damon to the obsidian pillars of the hall, and then back to him, steady and sharp. "If your hall was already bleeding coin, I would tell you the same thing I told the Crimson Duke, that no amount of soldiers or blood feasts can hide a rotten foundation. They called it treason, I called it truth. And when the walls finally crumbled, they preferred a scapegoat to facing their own incompetence. But from what I gather, you do not need to worry about any such thing, my lord. This city is in ruins, and your treasury should pretty much be empty. There isn't much for me to destroy here." Damon's face twitched, sharp-tongued and straightforward. He liked it. Malia adjusted her glasses with one finger, her middle finger. "You asked for someone who can manage and maintain. If you want flattery, find a bard. If you want results, you'll need someone willing to tell you the truth, especially when it's inconvenient." "Okay," I said, my voice a low rumble that carried through the throne room. "I talk big, and I'm inclined to believe you. But talk is easy. Anyone can spin words. What matters is results." He leaned forward, resting his elbow on the armrest and propping his chin lightly against his fist, his eyes gleaming. "So, tell me, Malia, if I handed you this ruined city and my overflowing treasury, where would you start? Give me something more than words. Convince me." "My lord, Varnick spoke of soldiers and markets. That is child play. What truly breaks or builds a kingdom isn't coin or steel. It's information. Control the flow of knowledge and you control the battlefield before a single sword is drawn. Spies, informants, whisper networks, smugglers paid to bring news instead of contraband, false rumors planted in the right ears. While others scramble to react to threats, we will already have the knife in their ribs before they realize they've been bled." "With your permission, I will not simply manage your ledgers. I will create a network of spies to work for you, spread all over this continent. There wouldn't be anything happening in this world without coming to your attention." Damon grinned. Even he hadn't thought about this. It looked like choosing her was the right decision after all. "All right, want to become my follower on a trial basis?" After glancing at Varnick's again, Malia silently nodded. "I am willing to serve you, my lord." Damon saw that exchange, and he could tell that the woman only accepted his request because of Varnick's. It was fine. He did not care. He opened his system interface and entered her details. Immediately, a system prompt flashed in front of him, and at the same time, in front of Malia. The whole process was finished in an instant. Damon then proceeded to open up the Blood Hall system interface and selected many things, starting with the barracks and the training areas. Aiden had supplied him with a lot of extra money, and he planned to put it to good use. The bastard probably thought that the whole transaction would end up being a leash around Damon's neck. Aiden clearly knew the nuances in managing the Blood Hall, which was probably why he even reassured him that he had no plans to meddle with the Blood Hall wars. Managing a dark faction city smack dab in the center of the light faction territory was simply a big money drain. Even the super guilds wouldn't be able to handle such a strain. Damon would only end up needing more and more and more gold coins in the future, and when that time comes, he would have no other choice except to come to Aiden again. He would indirectly become dependent on him and end up becoming his lackey. However, he had miscalculated many things. Damon might not have the backing of the super guilds, but what he had was knowledge of the future, something which no one else had. Besides, he never planned for the Blood Hall to be the only dark faction base in this territory. He flipped open his messages to check for Necro God, to see if that kid had reached out to him at all. But nope, no messages whatsoever. Well, that alliance was probably a dead end. It did not matter. Damon still had a couple more players in mind he could reach out to and provide support for starting other dark faction bases nearby. If not, then he would personally handpick someone and build them from ground up. He had the ability to do so. But that was a concern for a while later. The next Blood Hall battle was about to happen in 4 days, and he needed to prepare for that first. Damon quickly selected the many infrastructures available, and each time he finalized a building, a chunk of gold disappeared from his account. Gold bled away like water through open hands, the system confirming each deduction with a crisp chime that echoed in Damon's ears. He sat back in the throne, watching the numbers shrink on his treasury panel. He let out a sigh, feeling the bleed. Just a while ago he was filthy rich, and now he was slowly inching back to bankruptcy. It was fine. It was all an investment. Barracks, training grounds, smithies, alchemy labs, auction houses, plazas, all of them queued for construction, their faint outlines already shimmering into being across the ruined expanse of Nira. The system's projections showed ghostly blueprints rising from rubble, skeletal structures humming with mana as workers and constructs began to take shape. "It's done. The building should be up and running in the next several hours." Damon finally nodded, finishing up all the process. Varnix and Malia exchanged a glance from the side of the hall. Damon did not say anything about this. As long as the two of them worked well, he did not care. "Both of you oversee everything and report to me if there are any issues. We can discuss further details later when everything is up and running, but I hope you can handle everything by yourself without involving me for every little thing." "Yes, my lord." Both Varnix and Malia bowed. The two then hurriedly left the throne room and went about to take care of their business. Damon looked at his account again. 500 million gold coins gone, just like that. He looked at Aaron, whose eyes were always locked onto him, observing him like a hawk, well, a snake. "Aaron, maybe you will like this. The useless things you gave me are helping me rebuild this city." Aaron smiled lightly. "I am glad, my lord." She did not seem to care much about it. Damon chuckled. If it was Alora, that vixen would have definitely made sure to let him know just how much of her contribution it was, but Aaron was very different in many ways. Damon stood up and stretched. His work in the Blood Hall was pretty much done for the time being. Next would be the big day, the day the war would begin. But before that, he had some other important matters to take care of. Damon grinned as he created a portal to a small city in the neighboring kingdom. The small city on the other side of the portal was no random choice. It had a smithing academy and produced many famous blacksmiths. Damon, however, was not here to meet the talented top students of this academy. Rather, he wanted to meet 3 failures in particular. These 3 failures in the future would grow to become the pillar of support for this entire kingdom, the 3 renowned blacksmiths. All the super guilds would be fighting with each other to precisely recruit these 3 guys, to poach them from the king himself. Now Damon was ahead of all of them. The small city Damon arrived in was pretty much just an ordinary city, just another dot on the map with cobbled streets, modest houses, and smoke drifting lazily from chimneys. Blacksmiths hammered away at forges and roadside stalls, and the rhythmic clang of metal on metal filled the air. Damon's crimson eyes lingered on the cityscape longer than most. He knew the truth. This unremarkable place would, in the future, transform into the continent's greatest smithing city, a hub where even kings and super guilds would grovel for weapons forged within its walls. He only delayed his visit here because he was worried his intervention might result in the 3 prodigies not even being born. Just like how Riven was still a dud, and if he did not do the right thing, the guy might permanently remain a dud. There was no point in recruiting 3 more just like him. However, now that he was creating his own smithing shops, the timing seemed to be coming together. He decided he might as well take a trip here and check out how things were. Damon didn't waste time on sightseeing. His feet carried him straight to the smithing academy, the heart of the city's future. Even now it stood tall and imposing, a sprawling compound of stone and steel, with towering furnaces and practice forges visible even from the gates. Apprentices bustled around with hammers slung over their shoulders, soot-streaked faces shining with sweat, their youthful pride tied to the hope of one day crafting something extraordinary. This academy was not yet the top academy of the country. It was simply one of the mid-tier ones. Even that reputation was thanks to a single person. He was the academy's crown jewel, the so-called Master Smith who supposedly forged a legendary weapon. His name was whispered with reverence in the city, his reputation shining like a polished gem. The academy received plenty of resources from the kingdom thanks to this single guy and all the rumors swirling around him. Even big shots came from far and wide to give him orders in the hope that one of the weapons forged would become legendary grade. But Damon knew the truth that no one else did yet. The so-called legend was a fabrication, a myth carefully nurtured to elevate the man's prestige. The truth was, he had never created anything of true renown. He thrived instead on suppressing competition. The rascal did not even let his students off. The moment he sniffed out any talented students, he would immediately single them out, crush their spirits under constant humiliation, and smear their reputations until they were branded failures. Talent was not nurtured here, but pruned, cut down the moment it grew too tall and threatened to overshadow him. He would laugh at students' failures during public demonstrations, subtly tamper with their quenching processes, or swap their refined auras for inferior ones so that their work collapsed under inspection. Then, with a condescending smile, he would remind the crowd that not everyone was born to be a smith, all while his reputation grew unchallenged. Day after day they would be ridiculed in front of their peers, their work would be sabotaged, and their talents would be buried under a mountain of false accusations. In the end, they would become worthless failures. Finally, the asshole would be put down when the three prodigies would eventually rise above his schemes and become a force to be reckoned with, something that he would be powerless to stop. Now, the question was, would Damon be able to find out these three failures at this early in the game? Damon let out a sigh. He hoped so, but he had no idea. He spoke to someone at the entrance, and the woman immediately informed him that there was a lecture going on, conducted by the famous master. The guy loved to give lectures and show off in the name of spreading talent, so Damon was not surprised by this. He decided to check out the lecture hall first. With his reputation, it was easy for him to simply stroll into the huge lecture hall and stand at the back. In the front, an oversized man was walking back and forth with a lofty expression on his face. "Smithing," he thundered, "is not for dreamers or fools. It is a craft of precision, of discipline. To create weapons fit for kings requires not just talent, but the wisdom to follow tradition." His beady eyes swept over the room, daring anyone to contradict him. His robes, too fine for a smith, swished with theatrical flourish, every inch of him radiating arrogance. Damon remained indifferent when his guy's gaze swept over him as well, noticing his new entry. The master did not seem to mind. He simply continued the lecture. At the front stood three apprentices, separated from the rest like criminals awaiting judgment. Their faces were smeared with soot and shame. A girl with trembling hands clutched the hilt of a blade she had just finished, the faint gleam of runes etched along its edge still glowing weakly. "This," he grabbed the blade from her hands, holding it aloft, "this is instability forged in metal. Dangerous, reckless, unworthy of even being called a weapon. If a soldier wielded this on the battlefield, they would kill themselves before their enemy." The students laughed nervously, some parroting the master's words to curry favor. The girl's eyes lowered, her shoulders trembling. Next was a boy, tall and broad-shouldered, who presented an alloy ingot with quiet determination. I could see the faint shimmer of mana channels threading through it, which means it was a job well done. But the master merely sniffed and tossed it onto the floor with a clang. "Scrap metal," he declared, "useless for forging even a pair of tongs." Finally, the third student stepped forward, a wiry boy with sharp eyes and ink-stained fingers. His project was less tangible, a new blueprint, a forging technique that minimized mana wastage. He handed it over with clenched fists, and the master barely glanced at it before tearing the parchment in half. "Papersmithing," he roared. "Do you intend to fight the world with ink and sketches? Pathetic!" Damon leaned against the wall at the back, arms crossed, crimson eyes narrowing. These three were not the ones Damon had come for, but now that he was here, he realized something. He could definitely recruit more than three, and this bastard was a gold mine for finding talent. Damon smiled. Anyone whom this idiot criticized was basically above average and had the ability to become at least a master in the future. Recruiting these people in bulk would only net him profits in the long run. He could potentially start a huge company and forge industry unlike anything this world had seen. Why settle for three when he could recruit dozens? With enough smiths under his command, Damon wouldn't just supply his army, he could dominate the market. Weapons, armor, enchanted alloys, even experimental blueprints that the fraud tore apart, he could gather them all, cultivate them under his banner, and mass-produce greatness. An industrial monopoly under the Blood Hall's crest. And the beauty of it was simple. These so-called failures had already been branded useless by the Academy. No one would fight Damon for them, not even their peers. They would cling to him with desperate loyalty once he offered them what they had always been denied: recognition. Damon's grin widened in the shadows. This bastard just saved me years of searching, he thought, crimson eyes gleaming. He needed to think bigger. Damon then had another idea. Silvara still had that cosmic vessel blue plan. These guys could even help build something like that if they had LaRoche's guidance. After all, he needed to make LaRoche do better than role-playing as a butler. He was not yet fully using his talents. Damon's mind swirled with various thoughts as he silently stood and waited for the lecture to get over. The lecture droned on for quite some time. The guy barked at another student, ridiculing the angle of their forgehammer strike, calling it the effort of a doggy pretending to be a smith. The boy's hands shook, his knuckles raw from repeated blows, but Damon's sharp gaze caught the flaw that wasn't in the strike. It was in the cheap, poorly balanced hammer the Academy had issued him. Another diamond in the rough, another one being buried alive. The fraud was making his job easy. By the time the lecture ended, Damon already had a mental list of nearly a dozen students worth pulling aside. When the lecture finally ended and the students began to disperse, Damon didn't move immediately. He wanted the room to clear. Then, when the three beaten-down apprentices shuffled out with their heads low, he stepped from the wall, walking towards them. The students froze, eyes widening. They were quite young, and when they saw a hooded and fully covered figure approach them, they started to panic. Damon smiled lazily, crimson eyes locking on the three he had come for, though his words carried to everyone within earshot. He said softly, "Tell me, how does it feel to be failures when you're the only ones in this room worth recruiting?" The three apprentices froze, their wide eyes darting from Damon's hood to the faint glow of his crimson gaze beneath it. Around them a few lingering students stopped in their tracks, whispering nervously. One of the three stammered, we're not—" "You're not failures," Damon said, cutting him off. "You're unpolished gems buried in mud. And mud only clings when people like him," his head tilted casually toward the lecture stage, "decide to smear it on you until you drown in it." The apprentices stiffened. "You three," Damon continued, stepping closer, "and all of you who've been spat on by that fraud, the ones called useless now, you are the ones with the actual talent. These brainless idiots might not be able to see it, but I can see it clearly. I won't beat around the bush. I can see that you are all suffocating here. This man will never let you grow as long as you stay here. How about you come with me?" The hall had gone so quiet that even the hiss of the forges outside seemed distant. The apprentices stood frozen, their hearts pounding. For the first time, someone hadn't dismissed them. Someone had called them valuable. Their soot-streaked faces trembled between disbelief and a fragile, desperate hope. Damon's smile never faltered. "You've been told you're worthless, that your hands are clumsy, your strikes weak, your fire cold. But what do these fools know of worth? A real forge doesn't care about the insults of frauds. It cares about fire, pressure, and time. And I can give you all three. Stay here and you'll rot in chains of mediocrity, broken before you're ever finished. Come with me and I will break those chains. I will give you the chance to create works that will shake kingdoms. I will give you more resources than you can dream of, more chances that will keep your talent shining, and most of all, freedom. No one will mock you, no one will shackle your growth. The only thing that will decide your worth under me is the fire in your forge and the strength of your work." The words rang in the empty hall like a hammer striking steel. Damon's crimson gaze swept across the three apprentices, then deliberately lingered on the handful of other students who had dared to stay behind and listen. "You have been starved of recognition, denied tools, stripped of dignity. That ends here. Follow me, and I will not only rebuild your names, I will make them feared and whispered in the halls of kings. The weapons you forge will shape wars. The armor you craft will decide who lives and who dies. You will no longer be forgotten footnotes. You will be legends." The apprentices' hearts pounded in their chests, hearing Damon's passionate speech. "I won't force you. The decision is yours. But remember this moment, because no one else will ever offer it to you again. I am ready to sign system contracts with you right now, backing up my words." After saying his little speech, Damon remained silent. He did not speak further. The three in front of him as well fidgeted nervously. After a long while, a girl with ash tangled in her hair swallowed hard and whispered, "You'd really give us that chance?" Damon chuckled. "I don't give chances, I forge them. I'll break the chains that bind you here, and what you do with your fire after that is up to you. But remember, steel that refuses the hammer stays brittle. If you come with me, you will be tempered, reforged, and made into legends. If you stay, you will rust, forgotten." Damon's words rang true. Even the few other students who hadn't been singled out by Damon stood frozen, their hearts drumming. More and more students started gathering around and whispering and talking. Hearing all the commotion, the master smith who had already walked out of the class once again strolled towards the lecture room. "What is going on here?" The man's voice boomed with indignation. His gaze swept the room, narrowing when he noticed the cluster of students still lingering instead of dispersing. "Who is creating this ruckus? The academy halls are to be treated with the utmost respect and devotion." His eyes finally landed on Damon. "Who the hell are you?" The apprentices stiffened, panic flaring across their soot-streaked faces. They had been caught. A few of the other students ducked their heads, fearful of being singled out for punishment, and instinctively stepped away from Damon. The master smith's lips curled into a smug sneer. "And who are you, intruder? Some cloaked pretender stirring up delusions among my worthless pupils?" Damon didn't flinch. He tilted his head slightly. "Interesting choice of words," he murmured. "Worthless pupils. If that's what you think of them, then you've already told me everything I need to know about your mastery." The master smith's face flushed crimson. He quickly composed himself and sneered at Damon, puffing up his chest in front of the crowd. "Big words coming from a novice. Do you even know the difference between pig iron and steel, boy? These students are mine to discipline. If you don't leave now, I'll have you thrown into the street." "You talk of discipline," Damon chuckled, "but all I see is cowardice. You break hammers to blame the hands. You sabotage furnaces to shame the students. You crush spirits to hide your own mediocrity. That's not mastery. That's fraud." The students' whispers grew louder. Many started gossiping. There were already rumors and suspicions, and Damon's words only made everything worse. The master's face flushed with fury. "How dare you?" He trembled with rage. "What is the meaning of this insolence? Some cloaked charlatan whispering poison into my apprentice's ears?" The master sneered, striding forward. "You dare undermine me in my own academy! You, who have not earned the right to step foot in these halls, presume to tell my students they are worth something?" His voice rose to a theatrical pitch, meant for the audience now gathering in the corridor. "Very well. If you believe you know talent better than I, then prove it." He jabbed a finger at Damon, his voice venomous. "I issue you a challenge, here, now, before the eyes of my apprentices and the reputation of this academy. If you can forge even a single weapon better than one of my own, I will admit your claim. But if you fail," his eyes glittered with spite, "then you will crawl from this place in shame, and these students will know you for the fraud you truly are." The room went still. The students' eyes widened, and everyone began to murmur amongst themselves. No one had expected it to escalate so quickly. However, Damon only grinned. He did not come looking for a fight, but this could work wonderfully in his favor. The master-smith's lips curled into a cruel smile. "What's the matter, boy? Cat got your tongue? Or are you already realizing your mistake?" His mocking laugh echoed across the chamber, bolstered by the authority he wielded here. "This is my domain, my forge, and my name that carries the weight of legend. You think you can soil it with words alone? Let your hammer speak if you dare." Damon chuckled and finally responded, "Okay, fine. I agreed to the public duel, but I won't be participating in it personally. You do not qualify to stand on the same stage as me. Instead, I will be using one of your worthless failures to compete on my behalf. Does that work for you? Or are you too scared to face someone whom you have repeatedly, time and again, labeled as trash?" "You," he sputtered, his sneer faltering for the briefest instant before twisting into scorn. "You'll what? Hide behind a student? Use one of these so-called failures to fight in your place? Pathetic! You're admitting you don't even dare face me yourself." Damon laughed. "No," he said smoothly, "I'm saying that I don't need to lift a hammer to prove you're a fraud. If one of your own worthless failures can forge a better weapon than you, what does that say about your so-called mastery?" The crowd rippled with gasps and whispers. Several apprentices who had always been overlooked straightened instinctively, their hearts pounding at the sheer audacity of the words. The master-smith's face twisted with fury, veins bulging on his temple. "You arrogant wretch," he spat. "Very well, so be it. I accept your mockery of a challenge. Choose your pawn. When they fail, and they will fail, it will be your shame that echoes through this hall." Damon smiled. He shifted his gaze to the three apprentices and calmly asked, "Do you know someone called Lionel?" The apprentices blinked at Damon in confusion. The girl with ash tangled in her hair shook her head. "Lionel? There's no one like that here." Damon was a little disappointed, but it was fine. He was pretty sure one of these three would also do the job for him. After all, it didn't matter much if he won or lost here today. He needed a spectacle to gather more students and weed out all the failures, and he got exactly that. Damon was about to just ask the student who had forged the ingot to take his place, when suddenly someone in the crowd loudly spoke up. "Wait, Lionel! You mean the dropout? He was here 2 years ago. The master, he... The boy's voice faltered, glancing nervously toward the front where the so-called Master Smith stood sneering, and did not continue what he wanted to say. Lionel is no longer a student here, but he is still in the academy. He now works as a miner. The Master Smith's face darkened, his sneer cutting across the room. Lionel, he barked, that useless wretch. He was lucky I didn't throw him into the gutter outright. A hammer-swinging dullard who couldn't tell slag from steel. I put him where he belonged, hauling ore like a mule he is. His tone dripped contempt, but the apprentices exchanged uneasy looks. Some of them had known Lionel, not brilliant perhaps, but earnest, steady, with hands that didn't tremble even after hours at the forge. Damon chuckled. A miner, huh? Perfect! Gasps tore through the hall. The Master Smith roared, face purple with rage. You dare! A dropout against me! Then so be it! He trembled with rage. I will show you what happens when worms crawl where they don't belong. Bring Lionel. Fetch him from the mines if you must. Let every fool here witness his humiliation. The apprentices flinched at his fury, but Damon only smiled wider. Careful what you wish for, fraud. You might just get it. He turned his gaze back to the three apprentices, and then to the crowd still lingering. Bring me Lionel, Damon said softly. Tell him that this is the second chance he had been praying for every night. A ripple of motion followed as some of the apprentices bolted, eager both to obey and to witness the drama unfolding. Lionel arrived a few minutes later, pushed forward by a couple of apprentices who had gone to fetch him. He looked like a shadow of a man, thin, shoulders hunched, clothes soot-stained and patched, his eyes darting around like a cornered animal. The boy couldn't have been older than 18 or 19. The moment Lionel saw the gathered crowd, his face went pale. No, I don't belong here, he stammered, turning on his heel as if to bolt back down the corridor. But before he could take 2 steps, rough hands seized his arms. A group of sneering apprentices, those who had once been his bullies, blocked his retreat. Run away? Again? One of them jeered, shoving him hard toward the floor. You worthless piece of shit. You don't get to crawl back to your hole so fast. Lionel struggled weakly, his protests drowned out by their mocking laughter. His eyes brimmed with desperation. The so-called Master Smith stepped forward then, his voice dripping with scorn. Pathetic. Still the same coward who fled the moment his talent was tested? Do you think I'll allow a dropout to tarnish the sanctity of my forge? No, I will grind you down once more, so every apprentice here remembers what failure looks like. His gaze turned cold and cruel. Stand, worm. Face the hammer before you crawl back to the mines where you belong. Lionel shook his head frantically, his lips trembling. Please, I don't want this. I can't. But before the intimidation could continue, a figure moved between them. Damon. His cloak shifted as he stepped forward, placing himself squarely in front of Lionel. That's enough. The laughter stopped instantly. The Master Smith bristled. Stay out of this, intruder. This boy is mine to discipline. No, Damon said. For now, he is not. Maybe after the duel, but not right now. The guy grimaced and then turned around without saying anything. It was as if it were beneath him to dignify all of this. Soon, preparations for the duel began. Apprentices scurried to ready the forges, fetching ingots. The challenge was quickly set, a head-to-head forge duel. The Master Smith against the boy he had crushed years ago under Damon's banner. Damon leaned down toward Lionel. You're not running, not this time. I don't care how broken you think you are. Stand, strike, and I'll handle the rest. Forget about everything else, and forge a weapon to your heart's content. Today isn't about whether you win or lose. Forget about that idiot. Forget about me. This contest. Forget about everything. Just pick your best weapon and forge it to your heart's content." Lionel's hands trembled, his throat dry, but something in Damon's words rooted him to the spot. For the first time in years, the boy didn't turn away. Damon took out a top-tier healing potion and handed it to him. Lionel trembled as he slowly accepted it. Before long, the stage was set and it was time to start forging. The great bell was struck, its heavy chime echoing like a death knell across the hall. Apprentices whispered among themselves, eyes flicking nervously between the hulking figure of the mastersmith and the trembling, soot-stained Lionel. Lionel stood before the anvil, his knees threatening to buckle. The healing potion Damon had given him had dulled the ache in his arms and steadied his breathing, but it could not heal the scars in his spirit. He glanced sideways at Damon. With a trembling breath, Lionel picked up the hammer. It felt impossibly heavy at first, the iron shaft digging into his palm. The mastersmith smirked at his struggle, already mocking him without a word. Yet when Lionel raised the hammer overhead and brought it down, the sound that rang out was clean and sharp, metal singing instead of cracking. Gasps ran through the apprentices, for they had expected him to falter instantly. The mastersmith's smirk stiffened. Damon's smile, however, only grew wider. The duel began with the roar of the forge. The mastersmith moved with the confidence of a predator in his own den, his every gesture smooth, commanding, sure. Sparks danced as he struck ingot after ingot, hammer blows so precise they seemed to split the very air. His every movement was a display of dominance, a reminder of why no one had dared to challenge him in years. Across from him, Lionel looked pitiful in comparison, frail arms shaking as he tried to lift his hammer, shoulders hunched as though every eye in the hall pressed down on his back. The apprentices who had jeered earlier snickered openly, waiting for his first mistake, ready to pounce on his failure like vultures. But Damon's presence lingered just behind him, silent but unyielding, as if a wall stood between Lionel and the world. And when Lionel hesitated, Damon's voice reminded him, "Don't worry about others. You are already at rock bottom. What more could happen? Forge as you are. Forget the crowd. Forget the monster across from you. Just strike." Lionel swallowed, set his jaw, and brought his hammer down. Each strike was clumsy, but each carried intent. His face was pale, sweat dripping down his soot-streaked skin. Yet with each blow, the rhythm began to settle, awkwardness giving way to stubborn persistence. Something deep within him stirred, a memory of the passion that had once burned before failure and humiliation had snuffed it out. The mastersmith sneered, doubling his speed, hammering the glowing metal into a blade shape with brutal efficiency. Sparks burst like fireworks, his every strike deliberately louder, faster, meant to drown out Lionel's hesitant rhythm. "Pathetic," he spat, voice loud enough for all to hear. "A worm cannot forge a weapon, a dropout cannot defy me." "A fool wouldn't know a good thing even if it sits on your face," the mastersmith sneered, and continued his hammering. His movements were smooth and efficient, and in just a few minutes his weapon was close to completion. Everyone stared in awe as they watched the master's talent. To them, the duel already looked decided. On the other side, Lionel's arms shook with every swing, his strikes uneven, sweat dripping freely from his brow. To the crowd it looked hopeless. Compared to the mastersmith's perfect rhythm, his hammering seemed clumsy, childlike. Snickers echoed from the apprentices. "He'll collapse before the metal cools," one whispered. "He hasn't changed at all," another scoffed. The mastersmith was happy to hear everything. Everything was going just as he expected. Bringing Lionel here was a gamble, but it looked like he had nothing to worry about after all. But Damon's gaze never left Lionel. He didn't even spare the mastersmith a glance, as though the man's display was nothing more than background noise. Instead, his eyes narrowed at the flicker of glow on Lionel's half-formed blade. The mastersmith noticed the shift, too. His confident sneer faltered just slightly when he realized the dropout's work wasn't collapsing. He felt slightly uneasy. He was pretty sure that the idiot would fail, but he should not leave anything to chance. His strikes grew harder, more vicious, as though he were trying to crush Lionel by sheer intimidation alone. The clang of his hammer thundered like war drums, shaking the air, demanding the crowd's awe. Soon, the master-smith's blade gleamed, edges already honed sharp, the shape flawless and domineering, a weapon worthy of awe. Apprentices leaned forward, nodding, whispering praise under their breath. "A masterpiece as always," one said. "The dropout doesn't stand a chance," muttered another. But then Lionel struck again. The rough blade began to shimmer with a faint inner glow, as if responding to the will of its creator. Apprentices who had mocked him now leaned in, eyes wide. "Impossible," one whispered. "There is no way he is going to complete this forging. He is definitely going to screw up. I think the metal is going to crack any second now." The master smith became even more restless. He had already sent this fucking garbage to where he belonged a long time ago, and yet here he was standing in front of him and once again thriving. He shook with anger when his gaze darted to Damon. It was all because of him. The final blows rang out almost in unison, one sharp and brutal, the other steady and resonant. The master smith lifted his weapon first, a flawless longsword gleaming with cold perfection. Its edge shone like silver lightning, its weight balanced, every line crisp. The crowd gasped in reverence, for it was everything they had come to expect from the man they had feared and idolized for years. "That sword is definitely rare grade, maybe even epic grade. Wow!" one apprentice exclaimed, eyes gleaming with admiration. "He forged it like it was nothing, so fast, so perfect," he whispered, almost worshipful. "No one can match him. This was over the moment it started," a third muttered, with a smug grin, already sneering back at Lionel. A nervous laugh rippled through the group of apprentices who had dragged Lionel in. "What did you expect? That a dropout could stand against the master? This is reality." Completely oblivious to the jeering crowd, Lionel staggered back, chest heaving and his hammer slipping from his sweat-slick hands. The weapon on his anvil was rough, unfinished by traditional standards, its grip unpolished, its edge uneven. Yet the steel shimmered faintly, veins of light coursing through it, as though the blade itself were breathing mana. The weapons were technically not yet complete. Runes needed to be etched on them, but any trained eye could instantly tell which weapon could take the runes better. The weapons were only made with the most common raw materials. In fact, etching any rune on it would prove to be difficult, and yet Lionel had managed to reach such a level with just these simple materials. "That glow means nothing. Runes won't take on garbage ore. It's impossible." "Don't be ridiculous," another snapped, though his gaze kept darting back to the glow. "Even if it accepts runes, it'll break in a real fight. The master sword is flawless. That scrap will never compare." A girl near the front bit her lip, leaning forward. "But look at the grain of the blade. It's not rejecting the mana, it's drinking it in. If runes can actually take—" She trailed off, unable to finish the thought, but her eyes were wide with wonder. "That's just chance," someone else scoffed. "Beginner's luck. One lucky strike and the whole hall thinks he's some kind of genius. That thing is about to break any second now." Seeing that the crowd was on his side, the master smith decided to end this right here and now, before things could escalate further. Every time he glanced at that half-baked piece of crap, his anger only rose. He needed to end this right here and now. "So what do you have to say now? Your so-called genius can't even forge a simple weapon from simple materials. How is someone like this fit to study the great craft of smithing?" The master smith's voice boomed, sharp and commanding, as though sheer force of tone could hammer away the unease spreading in the hall. His flawless longsword gleamed under the forge light as he raised it high, daring anyone to deny his authority. Apprentices quickly latched onto his words, desperate to return to the familiar order. "The master is right," one said loudly, puffing out his chest. "What other results will there be? That idiot clearly lost." "Yes," another added quickly, trying to cover the tremor in his voice. "The master's work is proof of true talent. That dropout's blade is nothing more than a failed attempt." Lionel, meanwhile, stood frozen, chest heaving, and his eyes darted between the sneering master and the glowing steel he had forged. Now that he was no longer in the zone, he once again reverted to the nervous mess. He looked at Damon fearfully, wondering what the mysterious person would say. It was as if he was already prepared for more humiliation and punishment. However, Damon only continued to smile calmly. Seeing his expression, the master smith became extremely agitated. "What? Do you deny the results staring at your face? Do you dare to still claim that this worthless piece of shit can forge anything?" To everyone's surprise, Damon shook his head. "No. I admit it. You have won, and we have lost." A wave of murmurs swept through the hall. Apprentices blinked in shock, their heads whipping toward Damon as if they had misheard. The master smith froze for a fraction of a second before his face split into a triumphant grin, arrogance radiating from him like heat from the forge. He slammed the butt of his blade onto the ground with a ringing clang. "Ha! At least you know your place," the master barked, his voice booming with smug satisfaction. "Even outsiders can't deny true skill when it burns before their eyes. Let this be a lesson to all of you. Forgecraft is not a dream for cowards and worms. It is reserved for those born with true talent." Lionel flinched as the words rained down, his shoulders hunching in shame. His hands trembled at his sides, and his throat bobbed with the effort not to collapse completely. He had expected as much, and now it was only proven again. The master smith continued to berate him and bark louder and louder. The man was determined to make an example out of this so that such a situation would never arise again. In the meantime, Damon calmly took the unfinished blade in his hands and twirled it. "I wonder," he murmured. He then activated a skill he had never used before, the skill that he had stolen from Oryx, the sacred marksman. Sacred runesmithing. Damon had no experience in this area, and he was probably going to fail if he tried anything fancy right off the bat. But he was confident he should be able to pull off something simple. After all, he had managed to scribe this rune many times in his last life as well. It was a single rune, and a very simple rune, a rune that gave a fiery aura to a sword. The master smith's berating faltered for a heartbeat as Damon traced his fingers over the steel, eyes narrowing with strange focus. A faint, almost imperceptible shimmer spread across Damon's palm. Lines of light flickered into existence, flowing from his fingertips into the sword like molten threads of silver. "What are you?" the master smith barked, his voice cracking with sudden alarm. The master smith stared at the scene with his mouth wide open. He had only just been ecstatic that this whole crappy situation was finally coming to an end. The whole thing had been a mistake to begin with. He should never have been hot-headed enough to accept a challenge from an unknown person. His gut feeling was already telling him that the guy in front of him was not simple. He even ended up summoning that problematic Lionel out of nowhere. How did he even know about him? He had made sure to erase the useless guy into oblivion, and yet here he was today, standing in front of him and smithing no less. The master smith instantly knew that he had fucked up. His only hope was that the idiot would, as usual, end up forging something useless out of his nervousness, but to his dismay, even that did not happen. Even after all this time, the damned guy's talent was intact. In the end, the bastard cooked something impossible from random, cheap materials, and that too in record time. The master smith had thought that everything was over right then and there, and his charade was finally coming to an end. He had been terrified that everything he had worked so far was coming to an end, just like that. But the holy goddess did not desert him just yet. The master smith saw an opportunity when the ignorant idiots in his class shouted loudly, singing his praises, completely blind to what the other person had accomplished. These fools would never know the true value of that piece of crap metal. As long as fools like these were around him, the master smith knew that he would never need to worry about his reputation getting tarnished. This single event had been an anomaly, and he would never allow any such thing to repeat ever again. No more fucking duels. He let out a big sigh and was about to get the hell out of there when suddenly the fucking asshole was once again stirring the hornet's nest. Who the hell was he anyways? The fact that the guy did not even bother introducing himself was infuriating. He should have chased this guy away from the academy a long while ago, calling the guards. The master smith's eyes then widened in shock as he watched the impossible. A rune? The damned madman was actually scribing a rune? Was he crazy? Was he a lunatic? How could this useless piece of trash metal withstand something like this? No, it shouldn't. It can't. His heart started beating faster and sweat poured out of his head. Stop this! You don't even know the craft. Do you think runes can be scribbled like chalk on a wall? You are just wasting everyone's time and you are disrespecting the ancient art of smithing. You are a pig wanting to devour a feast. What nonsense do you think? His words stopped in his throat as his eyes widened at the sight of the impossible. The rough blade in Damon's hands ignited. The faint veins that had shimmered moments ago now blazed like molten rivers, the rune he had inscribed flaring to life with a brilliance. The air rippled with heat, waves of fiery aura licking outward. Right in front of everyone's eyes, the half-baked sword actually started emitting a fiery aura. If one fought with it, no doubt the damage would at least be 10 times more than what the master smith's perfect sword would achieve. It was so damn apparent, even the dullest student in the entire big lecture hall could clearly see that. Many apprentices gasped, recoiling, some even stumbling back from the sheer intensity. It accepted the rune, one whispered, his voice trembling. Another apprentice shook his head violently. No, that's impossible. Runes reject cheap iron. They always crack. I've seen dozens of failures. And yet this... He trailed off, staring at the blade as though it were some cursed miracle. Gasps spread like wildfire. But how? Another demanded, voice shrill with panic. The master's sword is perfect, flawless, every strike smooth, and yet this dropout forges something like this? Some apprentices, too stunned to hide their thoughts, muttered bitterly. Was the master wrong all along? One whispered, his face pale. Shut up! Another barked in denial, but his wide, fearful eyes betrayed him. Don't say such nonsense. The master is... He faltered, unable to finish under the blazing hum of the fiery aura. Damon grinned. The hall was now a storm of confusion, awe, and dread, all of it swirling around Lionel's trembling blade and Damon's calm, merciless smile. The master smith's hand twitched on his longsword. His face darkened to a furious red shade, veins bulging across his temples. He could hear the murmurs of doubt spreading like cracks through stone. These idiots, these ungrateful worms I had trained, fed, and ruled over, they were daring to look away from me, toward that dropout, and toward that smug bastard. "Enough!" he roared, his voice breaking into a snarl. His aura surged, oppressive and suffocating, as if he could hammer the room back into submission with sheer force of will. The master smith's composure snapped completely. With a vicious swing, he raised his longsword and pointed it directly at Damon, his spittle flying as he screamed, "You dare mock me in my own forge? You think you can humiliate me in front of my students? You somehow switched the materials at the last minute. Admit it! You are a fraud!" Damon only casually laughed in response. He used his finger to push the sword aside with no effort at all. "Didn't I already say that you have won? Now what is all this drama? Pipe down and don't make me repeat myself. Take your victory!" Damon even mock-clapped for the guy with a big old smile. The master smith's eyes reddened. The fucking bastard was spouting nonsense. He was simply going too far. Everyone had already witnessed how Lionel's blade was superior to his. Now, how did it matter who said what? In which delusional world would this be his win? The result of the duel was already crystal clear to every fucking moron in the room. He had lost and Lionel had won. And yet this guy dared to joke in this manner? "Shut up! You switched the materials. Admit it!" he shouted again. This time Damon did not have to respond. The crowd started murmuring loudly, several students speaking out. "Switch the materials?" one apprentice muttered under his breath. "But we all saw him use the same ingots we did." "Yeah," another whispered, voice trembling. "He never touched anything different. I brought him the iron myself." The master smith's eyes darted wildly, searching for some foothold, some thread of control to pull on. But the more he shouted, the more the apprentices seemed to recoil, not from Damon, but from him. Under the fiery glow of Lionel's blade, his perfect sword suddenly looked cold, lifeless, and hollow, and he had nowhere to hide from this truth. The apprentices shifted uneasily, glancing at one another, at the master's twisted face, and then back to the glowing sword that defied every rule they had been taught. Finally, one of the bolder apprentices swallowed hard and stepped forward. "Master, why don't we test what ore has been used?" The master smith's head snapped toward him, eyes bulging. "You dare question me? Why do you need a test? My words are proof enough." His roar echoed off the forge walls, but the boy did not back down. Others, emboldened, began to murmur in agreement. "He's right. We should test it. Yes, that will end the doubts once and for all. If the master is right, then what's there to fear?" The master smith's face turned further unsightly. If they tested it, then he would no longer be able to explain this. He was about to open his mouth and shut all this down when Damon laughed loudly and overtook him. "There is no need. Like I said before, we admit, we have lost." Damon was simply short on time. He could give two shits about this win. What he wanted was already achieved, and now it was time to wrap things up. He no longer paid attention to the crowd or the enraged master smith standing next to him and shouting. His complete focus was on Lionel. He opened up his system interface and sent an official recruitment contract to the guy. A translucent contract window flickered into existence, its crimson border glowing ominously as he slid it across toward Lionel. It was a simple contract stating a contract of 5 years and a generous salary of 100 gold coins per month. A normal smith would only earn about 10 to 15 gold coins a month, even after years of experience and steady work under a recognized guild. But for apprentices like Lionel, dropouts branded as failures, 5 gold coins would have been considered generous, charity even. But to simply give 100 gold coins? That was just ridiculous. Lionel, still trembling, his face pale and eyes downcast, blinked at the projection that appeared before him. His lips parted, but no sound came out. He had expected more ridicule, more punishment. Instead, what stood before him was something he had never once imagined, an official recruitment contract. That too, something that he wouldn't even dare to imagine in his dreams. He swallowed hard, glancing at Damon. The man hadn't said a word aloud even after tossing something like this casually. A system contract like this was not simple. There was no way this could be a lie. In fact, the system would have already detected the gold coins required for the entire term from him. How many gold coins was that even? Lionel's mind went blank. Seeing him stare like a deer at headlights, Damon finally decided to say something. "I believe in you. I think this is just the beginning of what you can actually accomplish. This is just a standard system contract. Don't think too much about it. Whenever you feel like you don't want to continue working for me anymore, you can always quit. If you need more compensation, just tell me. We can work something out." More compensation? Lionel gasped. His whole body trembled as if he was standing on the edge of a cliff. The apprentices stared in stunned silence. "He's recruiting him, that dropout." The master's face twisted into something ugly. He started panicking more. Losing or winning in this stupid duel was one thing. He could even somehow make it so that no one ever spreads a word of this. But if he actually allowed someone to recruit the guy, the consequences would be dire. He needed to stop this at all costs. "Don't you dare, Lionel, you worthless rat. Do you think you can just walk away after all the years I wasted trying to hammer talent into you? You will never belong anywhere but under my boot. Only then would you have the smallest chance of becoming something. Don't ever forget that." But Lionel wasn't looking at him anymore. For the first time, his gaze lifted from the ground and locked on to Damon. Slowly, haltingly, Lionel raised his shaking hand toward the contract window. He gulped, and then accepted it. Damon grinned. His work here was done. He had actually managed to bag one of the 3 prodigies the entire continent was going to celebrate in the future. Now about the rest, he chuckled as he turned around to face the audience. Thanks to the fame of the fraud, quite a bit of crowd had gathered in the huge lecture hall. Damon's eyes swept past them all as he boldly declared, "Lionel has accepted my offer. I am going to give the same opportunity to every single one of you labeled by this man as failures. This is your second chance. Don't let this slip through your fingers. Second chances do not come around often." He smiled. The apprentice's jaws fell open, stunned into silence as Damon's outrageous words rang through the vast hall. For a moment, no one even breathed. "You heard me," Damon said. "Every one of you who has been called worthless, every one of you shoved aside, mocked, or discarded by this fraud." He tilted his chin toward the master-smith without sparing him more than a glance. "I am giving you a choice. Stand as you are, crawling in the dirt he's buried you in, or stand with me and rise." Murmurs broke out immediately, louder this time, filled with disbelief, longing, and fear. "He can't mean it," one apprentice whispered, clutching his apron. But if it's true, then even we, even failures could—" The master smith's face contorted in rage, his teeth grinding audibly. What the hell was going on? Just one was bad enough, and now this lunatic was going to recruit a whole bunch of these useless idiots? If by chance the truth comes out, this would be a blow he could never recover from. "You naive fool! What do you think you are doing? You are simply wasting your money on useless trash!" He barked at Damon, and when he did not listen, the master smith turned to the students. "Enough! "Do not listen to this lunatic!" he roared, his voice cracking under the strain. "He offers you nothing but empty promises. Contracts? Only a city lord can offer so many contracts. Do you really think that this madman is a city lord? Why would a city lord need to hide his appearance from you? This guy is trying to ruin you all. Do not trust him." But his words no longer carried the same weight. Apprentices who once shrank under his glare now looked uncertain, their gazes flickering toward Lionel, the dropout, who had just defied all logic and proved what they all secretly wished for, that their failures didn't have to define them. Then, almost timidly, one apprentice stepped forward. His hands shook, his eyes darted fearfully toward the master smith, but his jaw tightened as he clenched his fists. I'll do it. I don't care if I'm called a failure. If he can believe in Lionel, then I want that chance too." Damon smiled and asked him, "What is your name?" A translucent contract window then shimmered into existence before the boy. This time, Damon had only offered 10 gold coins per month and an 8-year time period. However, even those terms were quite good for someone who hadn't even graduated from the academy. The boy hesitated only a breath before pressing his trembling hand against the seal. Contract accepted. The boy then walked over and stood next to Damon and Lionel with a big smile on his face. 10 gold coins per month was a huge sum for someone like him. He could now conveniently live for the rest of his life in any city he wanted. Gasps broke through the apprentices. Hesitant murmurs turned into shouts, one after another, surging forward. "Me too!" cried a girl from the back, tears glistening in her eyes. "I don't want to stay here anymore!" And then another, and another. The master smith's face was a mask of horror. In the span of a few minutes, about 30 students quit the academy and directly accepted the contracts offered by Damon. This was something unprecedented. How could this random person offer so many system-sanctioned contracts? It was impossible. How did he have so much wealth? Even if he had the wealth, how could he gamble so much of it on these worthless trash without even batting an eye? He simply could not understand. "You are a fraud! You are a fraud! You are all being lied to! Mark my words! Tomorrow you will all come running back to me, begging me to accept you back into the academy, begging me to save your future." The master smith trembled, but everyone knew he was spouting nonsense because there was simply no way to fake a system contract. His once ironclad aura of authority now looked pitiful, like rusted armor falling apart at the seams. No matter how loudly he bellowed, it was simply not enough to wipe off the humiliation. One after another, apprentices crossed the line, their faces pale but determined, their eyes no longer filled with fear of their so-called master. Even those who had mocked Lionel earlier were thinking about switching sides after hearing the rumors about the salaries. The situation was becoming more and more chaotic by the second. The entire lecture hall had turned into a shitstorm. Damon knew that this was his cue to leave. He had already reaped a lot more than he expected. It was time to leave while he was still on the winning side. This much commotion was bound to attract some higher-ups who definitely wouldn't be all that pleased with this exodus, no matter whether the students were geniuses or failures. Someone was bound to try and stop them and break all this momentum. If he could, he would have already erected Blood Gate and made a portal for them, but that would only alert everyone to the blood magic and give away his identity. He had to do this the hard way. "You can all follow me to the city's teleportation center," Damon calmly said, and then started walking out. One after another, many students started walking behind him. After everything that happened, no one wanted to stay here anymore. After years of being trampled by the guy, they did not hesitate at all before they followed Damon like a herd of sheep. The mob mentality was on Damon's side. Lionel, walking close to Damon, glanced back only once at the man who had haunted his every waking moment with insults and cruelty. The master smith's figure looked small now. For the first time in years, Lionel did not feel shame when he held his head high. He continued walking forward. Seeing this, the master smith could no longer stay still. He instantly took out a weapon, a lot more powerful than the cheap trash he had just forged, and arrived in front of Damon in the blink of an eye. "You are not going anywhere," he roared, and as he slashed down at Damon. At the same time, his hand reached his system interface to notify the authorities, but all of a sudden the master smith's agitated face froze. The guy's body twitched abruptly as he dropped the weapon in his hand in an odd manner. His entire body then fell on the ground with a thud, completely paralyzed. All the while, Damon continued walking. He did not kill the guy, as it might create some problems for him down the line. He simply paralyzed the idiot and made his way out of the academy as fast as he could. It was very common for students to leave in this manner from the academy, as there were many training sessions and official trips. No one bothered to question them or found this occurrence strange. The students who were firm believers in the master smith had their hands full as they tried to shove healing potions and antidotes down the guy's throat. Eventually, someone ran to inform the superior, but it did not matter. By then, it was already late. The big group had already exited the academy and was now walking on the city streets. Damon led the exodus straight to the teleportation center and then paid the fees for everyone. A total of 112 students. Some had tagged along even without signing a contract. Not all of them would probably grow to become prodigies and geniuses, but it was fine. Damon was pretty sure most of them would at least end up becoming above-average blacksmiths, and he needed the manpower anyway. This was a bloody good opportunity. When else would he be able to recruit talented blacksmiths like these? That too, all in a single go. The teleportation process went smoothly without a hitch, and everyone managed to get out of the city in time. Damon had set the destination as Ranthor City, one of the neighboring cities of Niera. After everyone arrived at the new city, Damon promptly arranged accommodation for the group and then opened up his system interface to make a call. He couldn't possibly babysit the whole group. He also couldn't drop them off at the blood hall. In fact, it would be wise not to even mention to this group that he was a vampire. The moment he revealed that he was a vampire to these guys, they would definitely scatter in the wind like frightened mice. It was one thing for them to hate their life and want to go somewhere else, but there was no way any of these guys were ever going to trust a vampire. Humans and vampires have the longest history of blood-soaked grudges after all. Centuries of war, betrayal, and fear had carved an unbridgeable rift between the two races. To most humans, vampires weren't lords or leaders. They were predators, parasites. The moment the apprentices learned the truth, most of them would bolt, and the rest would live with suspicion festering in their hearts. Damon knew better to gamble on fragile trust when he had just reaped such a windfall. He called up Silvara, who had some experience in dealing with these things. "Hey, are you busy?" Silvara raised her brow on the other end. With her grandfather out of commission and her entire clan in shambles, not to mention the trial area inaccessible for the time being, she was indeed quite free at the moment. She hadn't expected a call from Damon since he had mentioned he would be quite busy in the days ahead. "No, nothing like that. Do you need something?" she curiously asked. Damon smiled and then explained everything. He needed an intermediary between him and these blacksmiths, and who better to represent than a beautiful woman who is all business. The Ice Queen can rule these new guys to their heart's content and put them to good work. If Silvara handled them for him, then it would be a different matter. He would be the silent backer, while Silvara would be the front of the operations. Damon explained everything to Silvara, who gasped in shock. "You're telling me," she said slowly, "that you walked into an academy, humiliated their master, and walked out with over 100 apprentices following you like ducklings?" Damon laughed. Something like that. He had to give a lot of cringe-worthy speeches and embarrassing monologues to achieve this ridiculous feat, but he did not plan to reveal that to anyone he knew. 112 to be exact, Damon added. And before you ask, yes, most of them signed contracts. The rest tagged along anyway. His crimson eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Silvara blinked at him, then let out a soft, incredulous laugh. "You're insane! Do you even realize what you've done? Entire guilds bleed gold and fight wars just to claim a handful of smiths with talent. And you just scooped up an academy's worth in one afternoon?" Her laughter faded, her tone hardening. "But Damon, humans won't follow a vampire. The second they find out what you are, you'll lose them all. Which is why," Damon cut in smoothly, "I want you to be the one they see. You'll be the face of the forge, the patron, the mentor. They'll trust you. Meanwhile, I provide the resources, the knowledge, and the protection." Silvara narrowed her eyes, considering. Her clan was in ruins, their influence dwindling, and their name had long since disappeared from the leaderboards. But with 112 apprentices working under her banner, she could rebuild, and fast. And Damon, as always, was dangling the bait perfectly. Even otherwise, how could she possibly refuse him after everything he had done and they had gone through together? Like her grandfather said, he never became one of them. But in the end, they ended up becoming a part of his team. "I will do whatever you require of me. I will do it to the best of my abilities," Silvara answered.
"Perfect," Damon grinned. "That's exactly what I needed to hear. How fast can you get here?" "Right away." Silvara arrived at Ranthor City not long after Damon's call. She came cloaked, her silver-streaked golden hair hidden beneath a hood, but her bearing alone drew eyes from all directions. She walked straight over to a restaurant where Damon was waiting for her. "Long time no see," Damon smiled. Silvara laughed at his bad joke anyway, making her look even more radiant. She slipped out of her cloak and sat down opposite him in the private booth. "You have been busy," she smiled bitterly. Damon leaned back in his seat, his crimson eyes gleaming faintly in the dim lantern light of the booth. "Busy is one word for it," he said, swirling the untouched drink in front of him. Silvara exhaled softly, shaking her head. 112 apprentices. Do you have any idea what kind of storm you've just kicked up? Damon smiled. "We have to do these things, otherwise we will be left in the dust by those motherfuckers." He then remembered that he had to warn her. This woman was extremely daring, and when all hell broke loose in a couple of days, she would definitely head over to that dangerous place. By the way, don't go anywhere near Loteris City in the next few days. There is something big going to happen, and many players are going to go up there. I suggest you avoid it at all costs. You will be able to enter it easily, but you won't be able to get out that easily. You will at least lose a few levels in the process, and that is the best-case scenario. Silvara looked shocked, her eyebrows furrowing. She opened and closed her mouth many times, wanting to ask Damon a lot of things, but in the end she did not. She simply nodded her head in acceptance. "I will keep that in mind." The guy in front of her was no longer within her reach. There was no point in trying to ask him mundane questions like how he knew these things. Damon studied her for a moment, noting the flicker of frustration that crossed her face before she masked it with composure. "You'll be fine." Damon reached forward and held her hand. "Focus on the forge. Those apprentices need structure, and they need someone they can look up to. You'll give them that, and when the dust settles, you'll stand at the head of something no one can ignore." Silvara blinked at the sudden contact, her icy blue eyes flickering down to where Damon's hand rested lightly atop hers. For a heartbeat, The carefully composed mask she always wore cracked, revealing surprise and something softer, more vulnerable. But almost just as quickly, she pulled herself back together. "You always know how to make things sound so simple," she murmured. Damon chuckled. "It is simple. I'm going to give you all the cheat codes." "Huh?" Silvara looked at him in confusion. She did not even realize that she was the one who was holding his hands now. Damon did not push her away. Instead, he started explaining the many things he needed to tell her. He started from the top. He talked about the land plots she needed to buy in many cities, the shops she needed to set up, and the ore suppliers she needed to talk to. He simultaneously recorded the message in the system interface so that she did not have to remember all the details. Silvara's confusion gradually faded as she listened, her sharp eyes narrowing with focus. Damon's words weren't the flowery promises of a dreamer. Every instruction was precise, calculated, and unnervingly practical. "You'll need to secure land plots in these cities, but not in the central district. Too much attention there. Look for the secondary trade wards. Prices are lower, and foot traffic is still good. That gives us freedom to expand without question." Silvara nodded slowly, her fingers tightening unconsciously around his hand as she followed along. "Set up shops under neutral banners. Nothing flashy yet. Focus on weapons first. Swords, spears, and daggers. High turnover, easy sales. Don't worry about profit margins. I'll supply the raw gold until we stabilize. And for ore suppliers, avoid the guild-backed merchants. They'll sell you quality, but report all the details to many guilds. Instead, go to the independent caravans, the brokers on the border routes. They deal in bulk, no questions asked. Pay them well, and they'll stay loyal." Silvara's lips parted slightly. You've thought of everything already?" There was a mixture of awe and disbelief in her voice. Damon smirked. "Of course. I didn't just take 100 apprentices to play at being a forge master. I'm building an industry." He then continued giving her some more instructions, including some details about blueprints for epic-grade weapons and armors. Silvara sat back, finally letting go of his hand. Though her expression betrayed a faint flush, she quickly masked. "And you want me to be the face of all this?" Damon replied smoothly. "You're perfect for it. You have the name, the presence, and the discipline to turn them into something worth showing to the world. All I'm doing is giving you the foundation and the shortcuts. Those nerds will also be very happy to look at you all the time. Not everyone has that chance." She let out a breath that was half a laugh, half exasperation. "You're impossible, Damon." But despite the words, her heart raced. How tyrannical! Every move the man in front of me was a checkmate. If he somehow succeeds in this endeavor, then the super guilds would have no other choice except to play nice with him. Silvara straightened her back, masking the warmth in her cheeks with icy composure once more. "Okay, I will get everything done as per your instructions. I will keep you updated. I will not let you down." "I know," Damon nodded. "Thanks a lot. You are helping me out quite a bit." The two of them chatted for a few more minutes before Damon hurriedly gave her a quick hug and left the private booth. Silvara did not need micromanaging, which made his life easier. Now that this was taken care of, he had more important things he needed to handle. It was time to meet his dear friend Aiden once again. It is almost time. They should be opening that thing any time now. Damon grinned as he rubbed his hands in anticipation of what was to come. Silvara watched the guy leave with a complicated expression on her face. She did not know why, but she felt a bit weird. The distance between them was growing more and more every single day. When she had met him for the very first time, she even looked down on him, but now he was at a height which she could no longer even see. She lingered in the booth long after Damon had gone, her fingers resting lightly on the rim of her glass. The lantern light flickered across her face. catching the faint crease in her brow as she stared at the empty seat he had just vacated. For reasons she couldn't quite name, her chest felt tight. It was strange. She wondered if they would ever be able to spend time like this again, with just the two of them. A bitter smile ghosted across her lips. She had thought herself pragmatic, level-headed, even untouchable. Yet here she was, feeling the distance widen every time he walked away. She then opened up her system interface and replayed the 45-minute-long message. A small smile appeared on her face as she listened to the mischievous voice and the idiotic laugh. She closed her eyes, tracing her finger over the spot where her neck still slightly burned every now and then, the place where he had first drunk from her. Silvara's cheeks turned red as she hurriedly stood up, putting the thought away. She was not some love-struck teenager, and this was not some rom-com fantasy. Besides, that man had more women around him than flies around a garbage can. The thought made her grimace, though whether it was an irritation or embarrassment, she couldn't quite tell. "Ch, idiot," she muttered under her breath again and walked out of the restaurant. She walked over directly to the inn where everyone was currently staying. Inside, the apprentices were still restless, murmuring among themselves. Some looked nervous, others excited, but most carried the same question in their eyes. What now? When Silvara pushed open the door, the room fell silent. Her presence seemed to freeze the air. She lowered her hood, revealing golden-silver hair that shimmered faintly in the lantern light and icy blue eyes that carried both beauty and authority. For a long heartbeat, the apprentices simply stared. Compared to the instructors and apprentices they had known back at the academy, Silvara was like something from a different world. Some swallowed nervously, others sat straighter, suddenly aware of how shabby their clothes looked before her. A few of the younger boys blushed outright, realizing she was more beautiful than all the women in the academy put together. "I will keep this brief," Silvara said, her tone professional and clipped. "The one who recruited you is occupied with other responsibilities. From this moment forward, you report to me. I expect discipline, focus, and results." She let the words sink in before continuing, her voice calm but clear. "For now, we do not yet have an official forge or guild hall. We have not established ourselves formally as a company. That will change soon. Until then, you will be working from Ranthor City's local profession halls. Use their forges, their workbenches, their resources. Prove your skill and refine your craft." She let her gaze sweep across them, each apprentice feeling as though they were being personally measured. "In a few days' time, I will arrange for everything: a proper headquarters, equipment, and structure. In the meantime, please let me know if you need anything: specific resources, specific equipment, blueprint, whatever. I will try my best to acquire it for you." Silvara bowed a little, and then proceeded to gather all of their details personally. The apprentices were stunned. None of them had expected this level of directness or respect. At the academy, they had been treated as trash, constantly belittled and dismissed. But here was this stunningly beautiful woman, someone who radiated elegance and authority, not barking orders or mocking them, but bowing slightly as if acknowledging their worth. It sent a ripple through the room. Shoulders that had been slumped straightened, eyes that had been downcast lifted cautiously. Even the most skeptical among them found it difficult to cling to their doubts in the face of her professionalism. Silvara moved with quiet efficiency, pulling up her own system interface as she went from one apprentice to the next. Names, skill levels, forging specialties, past experience, even personal goals. She gathered everything with meticulous care. Finally, Silvara stepped back, her cloak sweeping behind her as she clasped her hands neatly in front of her. Her icy blue eyes scanned the room once more before she excused herself and left the place. There was a lot to be done, and she did not plan on taking this lightly. Afterward. Damon returned to Blood Hall and sat down on his throne. Several messages flashed in his system interface, all from Alora. He skimmed through the messages, lips curling into a small, amused smile. She wasn't just reporting the important matters, like troop movements, resource shifts, or rumors from the surface. She was recounting everything. She was keeping him updated with the smallest of events happening in the city, from the looks of it very excited about what was coming up next. That is enough. You and Arya should get back here immediately. Damon finally sent out the order. There was no need to scout anymore. The inevitable was going to happen. Everything had been set in motion and meticulously planned. And now he simply needed to allow it to happen. Damon leaned back on the throne and opened up the system interface. As usual, the chat was going bonkers, gossiping about various idiotic things. Player Thornbreaker. I swear the drop rate is rigged. 50 kills and not a single core. RNG is a scam. Sweet Lily 89. LOL, get good. I got 3 in 20 minutes. Maybe the game just hates you. Grumpy Ogre. Nah, game hates everyone, except whales. Whales always win. Damon then started typing.
Anonymous. What is happening in Lotera City? I was just kicked out. Damon only sent this single message as anonymous and then let the internet heroes do their work. Thankfully, his message did not get drowned out and someone picked it up. Cinderflame 92. Bro, my party just got booted too. We were grinding near the western wall and boom, the system message says restricted zone. What TF is going on? Peanut Lord. Lol, you guys are screwed. That's def a faction war event. Don't even bother going back unless you've got a death wish. Fairy Killer. No way. I heard it's a boss spawn. Something huge. Like world boss huge. People are already calling it the Siege of Lotera. The chat blew up further, threads spiraling in every direction, conspiracies about hidden lore, players whining about being locked out, opportunists trying to sell overpriced maps of Lotera's outskirts. Bloodfang 87. Lamau, imagine being kicked out of your own city. Rip Lotera. Vamp Babe 22. If the Blood God shows up there, it's game over for everyone. Angry Goblin. Shut up about the Blood God. Not everything is about him. Damon smirked faintly, watching the hysteria spread. One little nudge, one tiny spark, and the players themselves did the rest. Panic, speculation, and propaganda all rolled into one chaotic wave. Exactly as he wanted. After all, someone needed to capture how shit was going to go down. He needed the front row seat to all that horror and misery that was about to be unleashed. He would hate to miss such a good show. Watching Damon grin like a villain, Aaron walked over closer. Something interesting, my lord? Damon chuckled. Right, why not? You should also enjoy this show with me. Damon was in a good mood, so he made his system interface temporarily public. The screen hanging before Damon shimmered, and with a flick of his hand, he expanded it into a wide, translucent display. Lines of chat scrolled in real time, faster than most eyes could follow, but Damon's gaze tracked everything with casual amusement. Erin tilted her head, lips curling in a curious smile as she leaned closer. World chat? What is that? What are you watching, my lord? Damon's grin widened. Not just watching, stirring the pot. He tapped a finger against the armrest of the throne as more frantic messages poured in. Stonebreaker. I just saw NPC guards evacuating civilians. What TF? This is huge. Map Scammer 101. Selling Lotera Siege map. Limited copies, only 500 gold each. First come, first serve. Death by cookies. Don't buy from him, it's fake. Report this scammer. Arcane Fanboy. Word is Legion of Justice is already inside. They've locked the gates behind them. Shadowhunter 98. Legion of Justice is gonna get slaughtered. Lol, if the Blood God shows, they won't last 5 minutes. Angry Goblin. Shut up about the Blood God. Not everything is about him.
Angry kobold. Why are you guys bringing up Blood God again and again? He's just a has-been. The bitch is not even on the charts anymore. Take a good look and stop sucking his balls. If I ever see that mofo, I will personally ruin myself, damn it. Angry dragon. Blood God sucks. Angry mermaid. Blood God can't get it up. Erin's face turned icy as she watched the bunch of messages. Her jaw tightened, her soft smile vanishing into a sharp line as the insults piled up on the screen. She clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms. They dare to speak of you like this? Her voice was low, trembling not with fear but with rage. Pathetic worms, hiding behind their little words. If they were here, I would... Damon chuckled, holding up a hand to silence her. Relax, Erin. They are clearly just trolls. No need to pay attention to these idiots. Just look closely at the bigger picture. Even after the trolls attempted to change the topic, Lotera once again bounced back to the spotlight, and everyone started to talk about it. Erin still seemed to be in a bad mood, so Damon pulled her closer to him. Relax, okay? Erin's mood immediately became better as she used this opportunity to plop herself right on Damon's lap as if she was trying to get a better view of the system interface. Damon's face twitched, but he did not say anything. They had done a lot worse. Sitting on the lap was... At least this time she was wearing clothes and her bare ass was not dry humping him. Both of them continued to watch the chat silently, when all of a sudden a new character made a loud entrance. "My lord, I have missed you!" Elora ran towards Damon at top speed with all of her assets boldly shaking and jiggling. Damon's face twitched again, harder this time. He had just gotten Erin settled enough that she wasn't grinding him into the throne, and now here came the second troublemaker. "My lord!" Elora practically threw herself the last few feet, launching into an embrace like a missile aimed straight at Damon's chest. Unfortunately, she was stopped by a certain lady snake at the last minute. Elora's two big melons crashed right into a draconic serpentine claw. Elora erected a blood barrier at the last minute. Otherwise, the damned claw would have dug a hole straight through her chest. "Watch where you're throwing yourself, little girl. My lord's lap is already occupied." Erin completely ignored the confused look on Elora's face as she retracted her claw back into her arm. Elora steadied herself, cheeks flushed from both the collision and Erin's cutting words. She puffed out her chest indignantly, glaring daggers at the woman perched so smugly on Damon's throne. "And who are you to tell me that? He was my lord first. My lord and I share a bond you could never understand." Erin's blue-green eyes narrowed, her lips curving into a frosty smile that held more venom than any serpent's bite. "First? Ha! You think arriving early earns you permanence. A dog might be loyal to its master, but that doesn't mean it belongs at the table."
"You dare call me a dog? I deserve a spot on my lord's lap, just as you." Elora then forced her way into Damon's lap, squeezing in between. Somehow her robes became sluttier and looser as many things started to become revealed. On the other side, Erin did not want to lose out. She did not even bother to fake modesty and became completely naked, not wanting to lose out. Elora's eyes widened in shock. She was not going to lose now. The next moment, she too became completely naked. In the blink of an eye, things had devolved into absolute madness. One moment, Damon had been skimming through world chat with Erin calmly seated on his lap, and the next moment, two naked beauties were sitting on either side of him, pressing up against him. Damon pinched the bridge of his nose as things were starting to get out of control. Elora pressed in from one side, her chest squishing aggressively against Damon, as if sheer proximity could prove her bond. "See? My lord, I belong here too," she declared, her face flushed with both fury and determination. On the other side, Erin tilted her head slightly, her serpentine eyes glittering as though she had already won. She sat proudly, her smooth, pale skin bared without the slightest hesitation.
"Pathetic," she murmured coolly. "If you think flashing skin will earn his favor, then you've already lost." Meanwhile, Damon sat frozen in the middle. His crimson eyes twitched as the two women continued to glare at each other, both completely naked now, neither willing to yield. "This," Damon muttered under his breath. He was very conflicted at the moment. He knew he needed to focus on important matters, but then again, a catfight between two naked women, both extremely sexy, was about to happen any second now. He couldn't, in good conscience, stop something like that. That, too, his little general had already enlisted to participate in the fight. It would be sinful to stop something like this from happening. Even the gods wouldn't forgive him. Besides, it was already time for the game shut down. Surely Aiden would wait until the next day to start shit. Damon was just about to suggest that the two of them take this fight to the floor when suddenly many videos started popping up on his system's interface. Ignoring the two naked women sprawled on him, Damon's gaze shifted to the contents of the video. The video was a recording of a huge swirl of ominous black energy appearing in the sky on top of Lotera City. One by one, player-recorded clips streamed across the interface, shaky but vivid enough to capture the sheer terror hanging over Lotera. The skies above the city had turned black, churning with a storm that wasn't natural. Tendrils of shadow writhed like serpents through the clouds, coalescing around a singular vortex that pulsed with a malignant rhythm. Each pulse sent shockwaves rattling through the city streets below, scattering NPC guards and panicked players alike. The chat, which only moments ago had been full of trolling and banter, now exploded into pure hysteria. "Stonebreaker, holy shit, did anyone else see that? The sky just tore open! Fairy Killer, that's not a boss spawn, that's an event, a world event! Cinderflame 92, people are screaming it's the Abyssal Gate. If that's true, Lotera is done. Peanut Lord, nah bro, it's fake. Some guild staged this. No way the devs would nuke an entire city. Shadow Hunter 98, look again, idiot. That's not staged. The whole zone just shifted to red. PvP enabled. Guards aren't respawning. Lotera's about to be a slaughterhouse." Damon's crimson eyes gleamed faintly as he replayed one particular clip, frame by frame, the vortex widening, its core so dark it seemed to devour light itself. A slow grin curled his lips, sharp and predatory. So it begins. Yep, it had definitely started. On his lap, Aaron finally forgot her rivalry with Alora, her serpentine eyes glued to the screen. My lord, that energy, it's terrifying, even from here. Alora shifted uncomfortably, her bravado melting as the ominous black tide washed across the projected feed. "What is this, my lord? It's nothing like I have seen before." Damon, however, only leaned forward, resting his chin on one hand as the grin widened. Aiden's funeral pyre. Until the last minute, Damon had his doubts. He had already done everything right and moved all the right pieces, but he was worried that the damned bastard would pull something at the last moment and figure out that the whole thing was a trap. He was pretty sure that it was no coincidence that he even organized for everything to go down minutes before the game shut down. That way they could have a last-minute parachute, but only Damon knew that even that wouldn't help. Now finally, shit has hit the fan, and it was time to begin his counterattack. Damon slapped the two sets of juicy thighs sitting on either side of him, the sharp smack echoing through the throne room. "Get everyone ready. In a few hours we will be heading out there." Erin's serpentine eyes flared with eagerness. She stood immediately, her naked form shifting seamlessly as scales rippled across her skin, claws gleaming. "As you command, my lord," she said with a cold smile. Alora straightened as well. Another robe appeared on her voluptuous body. Her earlier playfulness evaporated, replaced with deadly seriousness. "I will not let you down, my lord." "Good. I'm counting on you guys. This is an excellent opportunity to break through your current limits. If you stagnate for too long, then you will no longer be useful to me in a few days." Damon rose from his throne and nodded at them before heading towards the training chamber. He had his own final preparations to do before heading out to that dreadful area. The first few hours are going to be a hellish disaster that no one, including him, would have the ability to survive. However, after that, it was a different ball game.
Damon knew it better than anyone. The Abyssal Gate was not some neat little dungeon or a tidy raid boss that could be corralled by strategy guides and guild formations. It was chaos made flesh, the kind of event designed to bury cities, reset power balances, and force both players and NPC factions into the grinder. Even with his foresight, Damon could only predict the opening moves. The first wave would tear Laterra apart, tens of thousands of players and NPCs slaughtered in the streets before they even realized what was happening. The guards wouldn't respawn, the safe zones would collapse, death penalties would stack until most players tried to log out in despair, only to find that they simply cannot get out of this hellhole that easily. That was the disaster. That was the hellstorm. But after the storm died down a little, there was a small chance of survival. That too, if one knew where to step and where not to step. And in that, Damon planned to bloom. He walked directly to the training room and sat down to meditate for a bit. He tried to recollect as much as possible about the whole event. In his last life, he only stepped inside the zone at the very end, managing to catch a small glimpse of it. All the knowledge he had was what he read on the internet and the world chat. These were not exactly reliable sources of information. However, they still had many details that would undoubtedly become key in his survival. Damon closed his eyes and tried to focus. One by one, fragments of memory and rumor surfaced, half-truths, contradictions, players boasting about lucky escapes, others crying foul about bugged mechanics, but Damon sifted through them with patience, separating noise from the threads of truth. After an hour, he was pleasantly surprised to have recovered most of his memory. It was far from photographic memory, but he could still recover most of it. He could almost picture a day in his last life from start to end, remembering 60 to 70% of details, which was incredible when compared to what he had when he first started. Was it because of his improved mental strength or soul strength? Damon was pretty sure it was one of these two. He did not linger on it for long. He had one more thing to accomplish before they set out for that hellish place. Damon took out 10 sparkling evolution stones from his storage space. It was only a while back that he was racking his brain thinking of ways to get his hands on more evolution stones without expending much effort, and thanks to his sugar mama, Erin, this problem was now easily solved. At least for now. 10 should be more than enough to push him to the next level. Should be, right? Damon was pretty confident before, but he suddenly found himself doubting. Wait, will I be able to access the auction house even during shutdown phase? He decided not to risk it just yet. He activated Bloodgate to make a portal to the next city, arriving within seconds right outside the city gates. The auction house shimmered into view as Damon stepped inside, but instead of the usual chaos of players shouting, bargaining, and flooding the counters, the place was eerily silent. Only a few NPCs strolled around here and there. Everywhere else, empty. Not a single player in sight. Of course not. Everyone had been forcibly logged out the moment the shutdown sequence began. Everyone but him. Damon's lips curled in a wolfish grin. So this is what it feels like to have the playground all to myself. He opened his interface and was greeted with a peculiar sight. Thousands upon thousands of items that had been listed by players before the shutdown. Without wasting time, he quickly made a search for the evolution stones. Jackpot, Damon grinned. Just like he had thought, many newbies had listed these stones for auction. Most of them had been dumped by clueless newbies who didn't even realize their true value, priced for peanuts just to make a quick sale. Damon's crimson eyes gleamed. "Idiots, your loss, my feast." With a flick of his fingers, he began buying them in bulk. "Ding, you have purchased Evolution Stone X5. Ding, you have purchased Evolution Stone X12. Ding, you have purchased Evolution Stone X20. Usually this wouldn't be possible, as many guilds would have snipers allocated exactly for this particular job, and those snipers would buy out such items within seconds of them being posted. Unless he was prepared to waste a lot of time on this kind of thing, he wouldn't be able to purchase such mistakes. But now there was no competition, and he was free to take everything he wanted. In the end, Damon managed to acquire an even 80 evolution stones. Most of them were low grade, but still, it was a big, juicy haul. Making a mental note to do this every day at shutdown time, he quickly started scanning for other important items that he would need in the future. Beast cores, alchemy reagents, rare metals, herbs, skill scroll fragments, everything that he could think of. Damon's fingers danced across the interface like a predator stripping meat from bone. His storage space began to resemble a hoarder's wet dream. Then, after several minutes, he finally closed his interface with a satisfied snap. 80 evolution stones, dozens of beast cores, materials for forging, runes, alchemy, everything he'd need to accelerate his growth, all obtained at dirt cheap rates. Here he was thinking that his day couldn't get any better. After securing his haul from the auction house, Damon walked out and looked in the direction of Nyera City. He then decided to log out first. He originally planned on only taking his followers to the Abyssal Zone, but now, after everything, he decided to ask Mark and Kate about it as well. He was now confident enough to at least give them the choice of deciding what they wanted to do. "Of course I'm coming," Kate exclaimed, her crimson-tinged eyes lighting up with excitement before Damon had even finished explaining. She leaned forward in her chair, practically bouncing with energy, her hands clutching at her knees as though bracing herself to spring into action that very second. "Kate, it's dangerous," both Mark and Damon reminded her simultaneously. Kate whipped her head toward her brother, her long black hair swishing across her face as her lips curled into a mischievous grin. "What? Don't give me that look. You heard him. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. You think I'm going to sit around doing nothing while he becomes stronger and stronger? It's not fair. I also want to—" She murmured something under her breath, which Mark could not hear, but Damon clearly did. "I also want to walk beside him?" Damon became silent and did not say anything after that. "Why can't you—" Mark opened his mouth again, only to be quickly shut down by his sister. "Are you not going?" "Of course I'm going." Mark's voice was firm, his expression darkening with conviction. "But that's exactly why you shouldn't. Someone has to stay safe. Someone has to—" "Safe?" Kate cut him off, her crimson eyes flashing. "Don't you dare say that to me, Mark. Not after everything. I was lying in a hospital bed, practically dead, and I only got back up because he—she jabbed a finger toward Damon— gave me this chance. You want me to waste it? You want me to hide behind you forever?" Damon leaned back and remained silent while the two siblings discussed their situation among themselves. He was not about to insert himself in that shit show. Finally, no surprise to anyone, Kate won the argument, and it was decided that both of them would go. Mark's jaw worked furiously as if he wanted to argue further, but the fire in Kate's crimson eyes left him no room to press. He exhaled sharply, raking a hand through his hair, before finally muttering, "Fine, but if you come, you follow my lead. One mistake, Kate, just one, and I drag you out myself." Kate's grin returned, fierce and triumphant. "Then you'd better keep up, big brother," she shot back. Mark then shook his head helplessly as he got up to leave. "I will go and tell that woman that we won't be able to visit her for the next few days." "You can call her mother, idiot," Kate grumbled, but this time she did not press him. Watching him leave like that, she could only let out a sigh. Do you think he is ever going to forgive her? Forgive? Right. Damon gulped. He was a little nervous to be left alone with her. I mean, he eventually will, he quickly replied something, while fidgeting his hands. Kate was different from Elora and Aaron. He cared about those two as well, but Kate was just different. And after everything that had happened, especially in the last couple days, he would be a real dickhead if he still didn't come clean with her. Things would become messy when Kate inevitably sees Aaron when they head out to the Abyssal Lands. There would be questions which he didn't have answers to. What if she ends up seeing these two idiots once again fight naked or something sprawled all over him? That's it. Kate would leave him right then and there. Or probably kill him first and then leave him. Or even worse, give him the silent treatment. Damon started sweating profusely even as he tried to put together some words. He started when Mira walked in. I need to talk about something to you. Huh? What happened? The woman looked worried, making him wonder what was going on. She fidgeted nervously, looking like she was about to have a nervous breakdown. Then finally she managed to get her words out. I accidentally overheard your conversation. Huh? Come again? Mara bit her lips and explained. I came looking for you and I accidentally overheard your conversation. I know you guys are planning to go to that anomaly in Lotera City together. Can I also join? Damon remained silent for a moment. His past experience working with Mara hadn't been all that great. The woman wasn't a big fan of his either. There was no reason why he should choose teaming up with her, especially when he didn't need it. He opened his mouth, but Mira hurriedly interrupted him. Please, I know I have not been very cooperative the last time in the Northern Mountains. I sincerely apologize for that. I'm extremely claustrophobic, and the whole thing really messed up my mind. This time things will be different, I promise. Kate arched a brow, her crimson gaze narrowing. Why should he trust you? She asked bluntly. You abandoned him once. You abandoned us. Do you think one apology erases that? Mira flinched but didn't look away. I know, you're right to doubt me, but if I walk away again, I'll regret it forever. Please understand. I'm in a very difficult position. She suddenly turned to Damon and added, So is Aurora. If we do not become strong enough to defend ourselves... She clenched her fists, forcing the words out. I would rather die if that happened. Damon finally spoke, his voice flat. This will be your last chance then, but I will tell you this now itself. I do not particularly care for you. While I will not target you or use you or throw you in danger, I will also not do anything just for your sake. Whatever decision I make will be for the good of me and my friends. I will not risk my life to save you. Do you understand? Mara bit her lips. I understand. She spoke trembling. Damon nodded. I'm sorry I had to be so blunt about it. We are not really enemies, and I honestly don't have anything against you. At the same time, we are not really friends, which is why I had to make some things clear. Mara did not say anything. She only nodded once again. Okay. Damon felt a little bad for the woman as he did know exactly what situation she was in, so he decided to say a few nice words to her. Don't take everything too seriously. Stick to my instructions tomorrow and everything will work out well. Now you should go and take some rest. As soon as you log in, get over to Lotera. Don't enter the zone and just wait for us in the outskirts. Don't get too close to the zone. Zone? Mara asked again. You will know it when you see it. Mara nodded and then excused herself. As she walked back to her chamber, a bitter smile appeared on her face. In her entire life, this guy was the only man to speak so indifferently to her. Men fell head over heels for her, calling her fire goddess and showering her with flattery, desperate to win even a glance. She had grown used to it, to all that admiration, to worship, to being placed on a pedestal she never asked for but always accepted. But this man, this infuriating, maddening man, spoke to her as though she were just another guy. No deference, no fawning, no sugar-coated words to feed her pride, just cold, hard truth stripped bare of sentiment. She couldn't tell if she liked it or hated it.
"Are you sure you want her to come with us again?" Kate asked. Her apology seemed sincere. Damon shrugged. "Besides, she is the friend of that lunatic Aurora." Kate sighed. "You are right. Myra might not exactly be our best ally, but Aurora has done a lot for us. I will forever be grateful to her for helping you back then." "Yes, she has definitely done a lot." Damon gulped. If only Kate knew the truth. This brought him back to the other thing he needed to talk to her about. Damon started sweating again. He was pretty sure this time no one was going to barge in and save him. Or would they? He looked at the door again, but no one else was walking in. "Stop being a fucking pussy, idiot," he reprimanded himself and took a deep breath. He opened his mouth when Kate spoke the words in his mind. "I have something to tell you." "Huh?" "That guy, who I was sort of dating, contacted me inside the game today." Kate nervously spoke. Damon's face changed. "Right, you were already dating someone." He absent-mindedly repeated her words. "How is he doing? Let me know if you need me to bring him here as well." He did not know what else to tell. It looked like he was overthinking things on his own. "What is his name?" Damon lifted his head up, forcing a smile, when suddenly a slap landed on his face. "Why are you like this?" Kate was livid. She stood up, trembling, eyes tearing up, and stormed out of the room. Then she again stormed back into the room and pulled Damon by his collar. "You are such a coward. You know that? Why the hell are you being like this? You will just randomly give me up to someone else just like that? Do you not care about me at all?" Damon froze, staring at her. What the hell was she saying? She was the one who talked about her boyfriend. How was I supposed to react? The logic sounded logical in his mind, and he opened his mouth. "You said—" But then another slap landed on his face. "I was only dating him to make you jealous, you dickhead. Heck, I wasn't even dating him. I only saw him once or twice, and I was perfectly clear to him that I just wanted to be friends and I liked someone else." I, Damon stammered. "You know what? I'm done with you. I'm done waiting. You even have a fiancé now. Why would I matter anymore?" Kate's voice cracked on the last word, but her grip on his collar only tightened, her crimson-tinged eyes blazing with hurt. She looked ready to both cry and tear him apart at the same time. Damon's mind blanked for a second. "That's not—" he started, but Kate shoved him back a step, her hands trembling against his chest. Don't you dare lie to me, Damon. I've been watching you this whole time. You protect everyone. You give everyone a place. You even make enemies into allies. But me?" Her voice wavered as fresh tears rolled down her cheeks. "You push me away every chance you get, like I'm some fragile little thing you can't trust to stand beside you." Another slap was about to land on his face when Damon finally stopped her, held her hand, and then pulled her close to him. "Would you stop that? Just how much are you planning to beat me up?" Kate froze mid-motion. Her hand caught firmly in Damon's grip. Her body yanked forward until she was nearly pressed against his chest. Her breath hitched, her crimson eyes going wide. For a moment, all her fury and hurt tangled into confusion at the sudden closeness. Damon's gaze bored into hers, steady this time, his usual evasive smirk nowhere to be found. "Kate, I don't care about you." "You think I don't care about you? That I'm just throwing you away? Kate, I already lost you once, and I have regretted it every day since. I am never going to let that happen again. Yes, I did give an invitation to your boyfriend to this castle, but I always planned to secretly finish him off." He gave a little villainous laugh. "You are such an idiot," Kate giggled. Damon pulled her closer. "Why didn't you just tell me how you felt? Why go through all of this trouble? If you had come to me and slapped me senseless like you did today, everything would have been resolved a long time ago." Kate hugged him tightly, tears still falling out of his eyes. "I know, I am stupid. No, I have a lot of stupid friends who give stupid advice." Damon patted her. A gentle smile appeared on his face. "Now who is the idiot?"
Kate laughed softly through her tears, her face buried against his chest. "Fine, we're both idiots," she muttered, her voice muffled but warm. Her hands clenched at the fabric of his shirt as though she was afraid that if she let go, he might slip away again. Damon's crimson eyes softened, the hard edge in them melting as he looked down at her. For once, he didn't feel the need to posture or hide behind smirks and evasions. He simply held her, the weight of years of unsaid words finally easing off his shoulders. "Kate, there are some things I still need to tell you." Kate tilted her head back slightly, her tear-streaked face glowing in the dim light of the chamber. "Me first. I love you." Damon froze. "I love you, not because you saved me, not because you're strong, but because you're you. I don't know if you believe me or not, but I have loved you for a long time. Before you became all this, before when we used to go out for ice cream behind Mark's back, before when we watched ghost movies together until 3 a.m. Damon's chest tightened, the weight of her words slamming into him like a hammer. For a long moment, he simply stared at her, crimson eyes unreadable, his hand still tangled in her hair. The things she mentioned felt as if they had happened a long time ago, as if in another lifetime. Kate's trembling fingers cupped his face, forcing him to meet her crimson-tinged gaze. She smiled through the tears. "I love you, you big goofy idiot. Stop staring at me like this, and say something." Damon let out a sigh. "I love you too, but I need to tell you." Kate did not let him speak. She leaned in closer, her lips pressed against his before the words could leave his mouth. The kiss wasn't gentle, nor was it hesitant. It was desperate, fierce, as if she were pouring every bottled-up emotion, every sleepless night, and every unspoken word straight into him. Damon froze at first, his mind blank, but then his arms wrapped around her, pulling her in as if she belonged there and nowhere else. When they finally parted, both of them breathless, Kate rested her forehead against his, crimson eyes shimmering with stubborn determination. "Don't you dare take those words back," she whispered. "You said it. You love me. I won't let you run away from that anymore." Damon nodded. "I am not going anywhere." Kate grinned like a wolf and was ready to attack him again when his mom suddenly barged in. "Damon, where were you all this time? Don't you think you should come and meet your mom once in a while?" Kate flinched back so fast she nearly tripped, her cheeks blazing scarlet. Damon, on the other hand, looked like someone had just dumped a bucket of ice water over his head. "Mom," Damon started, his voice strained, but she was already marching forward, hands on her hips, her sharp eyes narrowing at him. "Don't you mom me. You vanish for days, you don't even call, and now you're hiding in here like some stranger? Do you have any idea how worried I—" Her scolding cut off mid-sentence as her gaze finally landed on Kate, who was still frozen in place, face redder than a fresh blood gem. His mom blinked, then raised one eyebrow, her lips curving into the kind of sly smirk only mothers could wield. "Oh, I see." "See what?" Damon barked, a little too quickly, his crimson eyes widening in panic. "Nothing, nothing," his mom said, in a sing-song tone, waving her hand. "Just two young people sitting very close together, faces all flushed, clearly discussing serious business." She smirked wider. "Do you want me to leave you two alone again?" Kate buried her face in her hands, groaning. Damon's entire body stiffened. Why does the universe hate me so much? He then abruptly made an excuse about having to do something important and got the hell out of there, appearing on a private balcony that no one else had access to. The fresh ocean breeze hit him on the face. The sun was only just beginning to rise, spilling faint strokes of golden orange across the horizon, painting the endless waves in shimmering fire. Damon gripped the railing, letting the cold stone bite into his palms as he took in the view. He did not plan on getting into a relationship right now, as it could potentially make things complicated, but he couldn't exactly bring himself to ignore or reject her confession. Well, it looked like he was in a relationship now. It was fine. He was pretty sure he was overthinking things. Being a good boyfriend couldn't possibly be that difficult, could it? Even if it was during the apocalypse? Damon let out a dry laugh under his breath.
He then shook it off and activated his tattoo, immediately teleporting back into the game world once again. He did not have the luxury of time to let himself get distracted this much. He needed strength and power to protect the people he loved, and for that, he needed to get right back to it. The world around Damon warped as his tattoo flared crimson, pulling him back into Earth Online. Then he again teleported to the Blood Hall and found his way to one of the training rooms. It was time to start working on his next race evolution, from Blood Acolyte to Blood Expert. Damon took out an evolution stone and clenched it. The stone immediately disappeared into his hand, dissolving into fragments of energy. He focused and tried to pay attention to these small bursts of energy, when suddenly a system notification interrupted him rudely. System notifications typically do not do that, so Damon was a little shocked. He opened it to check. Ding! Evolution stone absorption failed. Ding! You are currently unable to progress in your race evolution. Damon's crimson eyes widened slightly. He did not expect this. Was this because of his primordial mana core? Would he not be able to evolve at all without resolving that? He thought for a moment before sighing. His entire body was a big fucking mess. His bloodline instability, his primordial mana core, all of his strengths were also his ticking bomb times. At this rate, he would simply be stuck in the same condition. He needed to get to Bloodlands, and he needed to find a soul cultivation technique yesterday. All right, no more detours. Damon let out a breath. Right after hitting the low-hanging fruits in the abyssal zone, he was heading straight for the Bloodlands. He then stood up and started working on some of his skills while the clock ticked down to reset time. Finally, it was showtime. Damon walked back to the throne room where Aaron, Elora, Kalethorn, and Riven were already waiting for him, 3 of them fully prepared with fiery determination in their eyes, while the last one, naturally, looked like a big nervous mess. Damon ignored the guy and his silent plea to be left out of this expedition, and he opened a blood gate to one of the cities close to Lotera. Let's go. The moment Damon's group arrived, the world around them was already unraveling. From their vantage point, on a ridge well outside the city gates, Lotera City no longer resembled a stronghold of human civilization. The entire place looked as if it were being swallowed by a humongous tornado of darkness. The small anomaly in the sky had by now become a full-blown vortex, a wound in the heavens that bled darkness and corruption into the world below. The anomaly was no longer a curious swirl of black energy. It had grown into a colossal storm that stretched across the skyline, blotting out the dawn sun. The protective enchantments of Lotera's defensive formations were long gone. The once strong and sturdy city gates were completely ruined, with only bits and pieces of them remaining. The city buildings and towers that once stood tall now lay in heaps of rubble, as though some unseen giant had smashed its fist straight through the heart of Lotera. Whole districts sagged and collapsed inward, streets warped as if the earth itself had been dragged into the abyss. From where Damon stood, he could see wide cracks tearing across the stone roads. The screams of civilians and players alike carried faintly on the wind, but they were quickly drowned out by the deafening roar of the vortex. Shadow tendrils cascaded down in waves, slithering outside the city like colossal serpents. Anything caught in their path, humans, NPCs, even beasts, was instantly shredded into black mist, erased without a trace. It would be a challenge even to enter the city now. Beside Damon, Riven fell to his knees, clutching his stomach. It's an apocalypse. Aaron, on the other hand, tilted her head back and laughed softly, a wicked smile curling across her lips as her serpentine eyes glowed faintly. So much death, so much fear, how intoxicating. Elora's expression hardened, her usual playfulness gone. My lord, if we enter that storm, even you can't predict what will happen. Damon's crimson eyes never left the collapsing city. It's fine. We won't get in too deep, and we are not going in just yet. The wind howled across the ridge, carrying with it the acrid stench of smoke and something far fouler. Damon's cloak whipped against his legs as he stood at the front of the group, crimson eyes fixed on the roiling storm that had devoured Lotera. He then pulled up the system interface to look at the chat. There was still an hour or so left for the reset, and he was going through the log. He tried to see if anyone had gotten more information, but all he could see were videos from afar. His crimson gaze scanned quickly, sifting through the hysteria, but there wasn't even a single close-up shot. I expected as much, Damon smiled. Anyone close enough to see this phenomenon wouldn't exactly be alive at the moment. They would be in a state much more miserable than death, constantly dying and coming back alive only to be killed by the darkness all over again. The sheer torture of undergoing such a cycle continuously without a break would be enough to make many go mad. The cycle was merciless. Death would come instantly, without warning, their avatars shredded into black mist by shadow tendrils, only for the system to drag their souls back into broken bodies seconds later. They would wake up disoriented, only to be torn apart again and again, over and over without end until their sanity cracked like glass under a hammer. Their souls would become weak and brittle, their minds a complete wreck, only their bodies intact when they respawn for one last time. Now they would be free to leave, but whether they could leave that place was an entirely different matter. Perhaps the elite could. Even then, they would need a few more deaths at least to finally figure out a way out of there. In his last life, when these miserable souls finally managed to exit, many of them simply quit the game and completely stopped playing. And this time, among these thousands of miserable souls were also his enemies. Damon opened up his friends list, the players he had recently communicated with. No surprise, Aiden's name was still there. Totally Not a God had still not removed him from his friends list. The two of them were mutual friends. Damon's gaze turned cold when he saw his name. It was in that familiar gray color. If he were offline right now, just like the others, he would have been red. Instead, he was very much gray. This meant he was one of those miserable people, continuously dying and respawning, only to die once again. Damon wondered what his condition was like right now. He had a feeling that this wouldn't affect him as much as it did the others. Even this kind of torture would probably not break a guy like him. It was fine. He was still not done with that asshole. Damon went over many lists, like leaderboards, Hall of Fame names, PvP top rankers, special event title holders, and got to work as he meticulously made a note of every grayed-out name. This was a golden opportunity to figure out who worked with whom, or at least get a good idea of the hidden members of the super guilds, and he wasn't planning to waste it. Finally, after several minutes, he was done, just in time for the reset. The world chat instantly exploded as soon as the gates opened, players pouring in as if they were waiting right beside their gaming helmets. Damon also immediately received several messages he had been expecting. Bloodwraith, Phoenix, Silvara, Mayra, Ghost, and Kate had all messaged him back. Aurora was the only one whom he did not hear back from. Damon's gaze lingered on the name for a moment before he proceeded to open up all the messages. Everyone had pretty much responded just as he had expected. They would all be arriving shortly for a joint expedition into the chaotic mess that was previously Lotera City. Since he was inviting Mara along, he figured, why not invite a few more people who would benefit from this trip? The more the merrier. After all, cutting down the enemies alone was good, but strengthening his allies at the same time was even better. In a matter of a few minutes, one by one, all the familiar faces started appearing. "I'm here." Mark arrived first, his towering frame walking out of the trees. His eyes immediately scanned the horizon, locking onto the vortex that had swallowed Lotera. A muscle twitched in his jaw, but he said nothing more. The sheer pressure rolling off him was enough to reassure everyone that he was ready. Kate wasn't far behind. She came with a rush of energy, her crimson-tinged eyes flashing in excitement as she joined the group at Damon's side. Her gaze immediately met Damon's, only his figure occupying her eyes and the chaos in Laterra just a distant background. Her cheeks turned slightly red at the thought of what they had been doing just a while ago. She opened her mouth to say something when her eyes suddenly darted to the beautiful woman standing right next to Damon, almost clinging to him as if it were her birthright. On the other side was Elora, who wasn't any better. Damon's face changed, her brows furrowed, and the flush of warmth that had just been coloring her cheeks twisted into something colder. She was about to say something when another voice interrupted her. "Blood God, I need to have a word with you." Phoenix arrived with Bloodwraith in tow, the brother looking extremely guilty and nervous. "Bro, I'm really sorry." Kate raised a brow. Who was this woman who was speaking the words in her mind? Damon sighed. He knew it was a mistake to invite the whole group. Thankfully, Miera came to his rescue as she cleared her throat and diverted everyone's attention to the actual freaking problem. What is that thing? Did it just nuke the entire city? Just in time, new dark tendrils lashed out from the vortex, wrapping around entire spires, the last few left in the ruined city, and dragged them skyward before crushing them into black mist. The roar of the storm was so loud now that it felt like the ground itself was trembling beneath their feet. Damon folded his arms. "That," he said flatly, "is the Abyssal Gate, a tear in the world. It doesn't belong here, and soon there would be more creatures stepping out of it, which doesn't belong here either. What you're looking at is not just an event, it's a disaster, and it will only slowly continue to spread, taking all of the neighboring cities along with it. It has the potential to erase the entire kingdom and even this continent if left unchecked." Phoenix looked dumbfounded. "Erase the whole continent? That's impossible." Damon shook his head. "No, it will happen soon enough if left unchecked. For the next several weeks, maybe months, there will be many quests pertaining to this disaster. There will be contribution leaderboards, reputation points, and at the end of it all, even the city lord position for Laterra should be up for grabs." Everyone listened silently, ambition filling their eyes. Soon the whole group arrived, the last one being Silvera, as she had to take care of some things for the newly recruited mini-army of blacksmiths. Nevin also tagged along with her, wanting to take part in the expedition. "My lord, shall we start now?" Aaron impatiently asked. "2 more minutes. There is still one more guy we're waiting for." Damon smiled. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, a message popped up in his system interface. "I am already here." Ghost reached out. Damon grinned. "Are you not going to say hi to everyone?" He purposefully teased him. If there was one person more awkward than him in a social setting, it was this guy. Especially in front of women, the guy was hopeless. "Dude, how did you manage to gather so many beauties? What the fuck is this group?" Damon could only bitterly smile. "They sort of found me all on their own." Ghost rolled his eyes. "You lucky bastard! How about you stop ogling at my women and look at that big mess over there?" "Oi, don't forget who you're talking to. I am your big daddy. This Abyssal Gate is nothing for me." Damon sneered. "Then how about a friendly wager? Want to see who takes out the most number of demons?" Ghost's head snapped toward Damon, his eyes widening beneath the hood. "Demons? As in the real deal? Horns, claws, chewing on bones and screaming for souls, those demons?" Damon's grin widened. "Exactly those, but a special variety of them. These are abyssal demons. They're straight out of the pit. They're a lot more difficult to handle. You wanted excitement, didn't you?" Ghost's jaw tightened. "You're joking." "I'm not. Better be careful, otherwise you'll end up dead a dozen times." Ghost scoffed. "It's all right. This big daddy can still take care of those nasties." "Stop. Just stop. I regret inviting you already." "You'll thank me when I save your ass from a demon chewing on it," Ghost shot back smugly. Damon's crimson eyes narrowed, a grin curling his lips again. "Try not to get eaten first. The abyssal demons will rip you apart piece by piece until you beg for oblivion." For a moment Ghost's smirk faltered as the howling roar of the vortex echoed across the ridge, shadows writhing like a living tide. Then he forced a chuckle. "Sounds fun." Damon laughed. "All right then, may the best man win. Bring it on." Damon then turned to the rest of the group and gave the green signal. "Let's go. Everyone is here and we should be able to get to the outer regions now without getting sucked in." "Outer regions?" Silvera asked. "Lotera is just a small city. Are you sure it's safe to go near that?" Damon shook his head. "It's not a small city anymore. You will see it when we go there."
"Stay close," Damon ordered as he started moving forward. His voice was calm but carried an edge that brooked no argument. "The outer region is still accessible. The pull isn't strong enough there to drag you in. Yet. But if you wander too far, you'll be swallowed whole before you can scream." The vortex loomed ever larger as they approached, and it was no longer something they could take lightly. Even from the outskirts, they could feel the oppressive weight of the gate pressing down on their souls. The ground trembled beneath every step, as though the world itself feared what was clawing its way out of that tear in the sky. The first test was the shadow tendrils. Long, writhing appendages of darkness slithered across the broken earth, moving with a predator's intent. The tendrils probed the ground, curling around rubble and shattered weapons, almost sniffing for prey before darting forward with terrifying speed. Damon did not give out any specific instructions for dealing with these things. Every single person he had invited here was an elite, and they would be able to deal with it on their own. Of course, everyone except for the one idiot. A shadow tendril snapped toward Riven like a striking serpent. The man screamed and stumbled back, barely raising his shield in time. The impact shattered the steel like brittle glass, sending him sprawling. The tendril recoiled, hissing like steam, as Alora's blood barrier flared into place, intercepting the strike before it could impale him. Damon immediately corrected Alora. "Alora, you don't have to cover for his ass. If he dies, then he dies. Only worry about yourself. Everyone has to cross this hurdle on their own. There is no other choice," Damon barked out loud as he used Blink to navigate the troublesome terrain with death traps at every inch. He simply threw his abundant mana reserves at the problem and arrived at the other end in a jiffy, dumbfounding everyone. The others also had their own methods to deal with the annoying tendrils. Felix transformed into a ball of blazing fire as she shot forward, right through the tendrils. Damon was a little surprised to see this, as he had never heard of such a skill before. Ghost did not reveal his methods, as he silently arrived next to Damon and messaged him privately, "I was here first, you know." Damon rolled his eyes. He was pretty sure the bastard was lying, or maybe not. Bloodwraith arrived next, covered in all sorts of defensive talismans, which even the darkness tendrils couldn't touch. Being rich was a skill in itself. Damon did not judge. After that, Kate, Silvara, Nevin, and Mayra arrived. These four simply relied on their skills and footwork, and did not use any fancy techniques. Seeing that Kate was safe and sound, then Mark simply steamrolled through the madness using his bloodline defense and his golden body. After the evolution and forming mana core, his abilities had once again gone up a notch, and from the looks of it, the guy had also unlocked some sort of immunity skill. Damon's personal followers were the last to arrive. Their skills weren't any worse when compared to the others, but it looked like they purposefully hung around to make sure that Damon did not need them to help others. Lastly, to everyone's surprise, Riven also somehow reached the other side. His shrill scream echoed again and again as one after another the tendrils assaulted him, but the guy simply closed his eyes and ran for his life, reaching the other end by pure luck. Damon watched Riven tumble onto the cracked stone beside them, his chest heaving, eyes wide with terror. His armor was shredded, his shield long gone, and his face pale as a ghost. Yet against all odds, he had made it. For a moment the group was silent, half in disbelief, half in amusement. Aaron was the first to break, letting out a low hiss of laughter. Pathetic as he is, the worm survived. Elora rolled her eyes, arms crossed. Barely. If one more tendril had struck, he would have been paced. Riven, still lying flat on his back, lifted a trembling hand. See, I told you I could handle it. Damon tossed him a health potion and then signaled everyone to continue. Let's keep moving. It's not good to stand in one spot for a long time. The group began moving again into the outskirts of the ruined city. Every step closer to the vortex made the air heavier, thicker, as though they were wading through tar. The sound of the roaring storm overhead was constant, a grinding howl that dug into their skulls and set their teeth on edge. Ahead, shadow tendrils gave way to something far worse. The ground trembled violently, and from the broken streets, black ichor bubbled upward like molten tar. It pulsed and gurgled before splitting apart into grotesque, humanoid silhouettes twisted beyond recognition, claws dragging along the stone, faces eyeless, yet filled with gnashing teeth. Abyssal spawn. The first wave. Every single one of them was at least level 100. Here they come, Damon muttered as crimson eyes glinted as the nearest demon let out a shriek that rattled through their bones. These are the easy ones. He immediately summoned a fire lance, not using his blood energy. A spear of molten flame appeared in Damon's hand, and he hurled it into the advancing tide. The first spawn exploded into black ichor, screeching as its form unraveled into mist. These are the easy ones, Damon repeated calmly, stepping forward into the storm of shrieks and snapping jaws. The ground shook as more abyssal spawn clawed their way out of ruptured stone, dozens turning into hundreds, a tide of gnashing teeth and writhing limbs. Everyone started attacking wildly, but the result was completely different. These are not really that easy to deal with. Mara bit her lips as she had to repeatedly assault the same single abyssal spawn multiple times to finally get rid of it. Every time her flame struck, the abyssal spawn shuddered, pieces of it melting away, only to reform moments later with a hiss that sent a chill down her spine. Her brow dripped with sweat, her crimson flames flaring hotter and hotter as she forced herself to keep blasting the same target until it finally bit the dust. Thankfully, at least the experience points were plenty. And she was not the only one finding everything difficult to handle. Silvara, Kate, and Phoenix were also struggling to put their targets down. Ghost and Mark had it easier than they did, but Mark had to use his abilities without holding back, and Ghost had to finally reveal himself to everyone, unable to silently finish his target like his usual style. On the other side, Keelthorn and Aaron were running amok on the battlefield. Keelthorn's eyes glinted with a mad frenzy, and his blade slashed down the abyssal spawn as if they had an unholy vendetta against him. Each swing of his weapon carved through black ichor, the air ringing with the wet crunch of cleaved bodies. He looked less like a swordsman and more like a beast loosed from its cage. It was clear that he was desperate to prove himself. Erin simply transformed to her original self, her bestial figure possessing overwhelming physical strength, more than enough to handle these mindless spawn. "My lord, this place is making me stronger," she hissed with bloodlust in her eyes. "Dude, where did you find this one? She is low-key very scary, but I am into it," Ghost messaged him. "You have no idea how scary she is." Damon laughed and continued culling down the first wave. Their numbers were simply ridiculous. and everyone finally understood what Damon meant when he said that their strength was in numbers. The only plus point was that they were amazing experience points bags. Everyone was leveling up faster than they ever had before. By the time the first wave finally broke, the ground was slick with black ichor. Everyone panted, battered and bruised, yet their levels surged higher than they'd ever dreamed possible in such a short span. "Let's take a quick break," Damon absent-mindedly mumbled as his gaze fell on the black liquid splashed everywhere. He could sense a dark, bleak, murky energy dwelling within it, something he had not sensed before. Then suddenly a thought struck him. Could he maybe extract this as well? The abyssal sludge or ichor could also be considered as a type of lifeblood to these creatures from the abyss, so it wouldn't be all that shocking for him to be able to absorb it and use it. Damon crouched low, his crimson eyes gleaming as he dipped 2 fingers into the ichor. The substance clung to his skin unnaturally, thick and tar-like, almost alive. His lips curved into a sharp grin. Lifeblood is lifeblood. Let's see if yours mine to take. Just like he usually sensed blood essence or poison essence and siphoned it into his body, he intuitively tried to siphon this one as well. The ichor resisted at first, writhing violently, lashing against his will as if it carried the grudges of the countless lives devoured within it. For a moment he thought it might tear his veins apart, but then the resistance broke. Ding! You have absorbed abyssal residuum. Temporary debuff, abyssal corrosion. Your health regeneration is halved for 10 minutes. New trait unlocked, abyssal infusion unstable. You may now channel abyssal ichor into your skills for enhanced damage. Prolonged use will erode sanity. Damon's crimson eyes flickered with faint streaks of darkness as the ichor sank into him. A wave of power swept through his core. His blood felt heavier, hungrier, as though it wanted to spill from his veins and writhe like the tendrils outside. He clenched his fists, steadying his breath. Interesting. The new stuff gave him both buffs and debuffs, but he had a feeling that this was just the beginning. He continued absorbing whatever he could from the surroundings. Barely a couple of minutes had passed by when a new wave of abyssal spawn started pouring out a fissure on the ground. The ground shook as dozens, then hundreds spilled from the cracks in the streets of Lotera, their bodies flowing like black rivers of tar given form. The air thickened, pressing down on the group with suffocating malice. Time to get back to work. Damon grinned. He once again conjured a fire lance and started killing the monsters left and right, paving a path of black ichor, but this time, before he completely finished off a monster, he tried absorbing its essence first. Almost instantly, the notification he was looking for arrived. He had actually managed to trigger bloodline extraction, even for these abyssal spawn. Ding! You have extracted the ability, Abyssal Resilience. Abyssal Resilience, passive, D rank, an ability possessed by the creatures of the abyss. It increases the resistance to the corrosive abyssal ichor from the eternal abyssal lake. Damon's crimson eyes gleamed as the notification flickered before him. So, it works. He read the skill description a couple of times. While at first glance it simply gave him resistance to the abyssal ichor, the skill actually gave him the knowledge of something he never knew before. What the hell was an abyssal lake? Did all the creatures of the abyss originate from here? More importantly, if he increased this resistance, would the debuff disappear? Knowing his adaptive body, Damon had an inkling that he was onto something. Without hesitation, he struck down another and absorbed its essence as well. This time he merely received a +1 intelligence. It was fine. He had loads and loads of these monsters to mooch off of. These abyssal spawn weren't just mindless experience points fodder to him any longer. They were also treasure chests of some sort of twisted power, and he was about to get a shitload of them. The next few minutes were pure slaughter. Damon cut through the abyssal spawn like a scythe in tall grass, using his primordial extraction with each kill to devour their very essence. Ding, you have extracted +2 strength. Ding, your abyssal resilience has increased by +1. Ding, you have extracted +1 constitution. Ding, your abyssal affinity has increased by +1. Every notification stacked in his vision. His body hummed with power, his veins darkening for a moment, before his vampire blood burned it away. The resistance was working, slowly but surely. He could feel his blood adapting, mutating, trying to balance the new type of essence flowing into his body. However, the whole process was painfully slow. He needed more, a lot more abyssal spawn to satiate his hunger. He was also not going all out at the moment, which was making him slower. Damon turned around to see for a moment how the others were doing. All of them were fighting tooth and nail to carve their place amidst the tide of abyssal spawn. Mark was the clearest force on the field after him. The Titan's golden body gleamed through the ichor, his every strike shaking the ground as he plowed through swaths of creatures. Their claws and teeth screeched uselessly against his defense, black sparks flying as though the abyss itself couldn't find purchase on him. If anyone here was born for the front lines, it was Mark. And then there was Erin. She tore through the battlefield like a living calamity, her monstrous serpentine form lashing out with claws and tail, each movement a blur of savage grace. Every kill she made seemed to exhilarate her further, her laughter chilling as she bathed in ichor. She was not fighting for survival. She was indulging. Kyle Thorne and Ghost were also equally pulling their weight, but everyone else fell back behind them pitifully. Kate was locked in a struggle. Her staff whirled, crimson orbs of blood orbiting her like satellites before lashing out in bursts of searing energy. Each blast did significant damage and shredded parts of the spawn into mist, but her mana expenditure was heavy. Damon could see the strain etching lines across her face. Still, her eyes burned with that same stubborn fire. She wasn't backing down no matter how much it cost. Myra and Silvara fought tooth and nail, their blows rawer, less efficient, but they pressed on. Myra's flames cracked with desperation, sweat dripping as she forced herself past her own limits. Silvara, steady as ice, kept her composure, arrows of ice pinning down the spawn. The others, Phoenix, Nevin, and Bloodwraith, were also holding on and doing their part. Even if it looked like they were only barely hanging on, they kept going and racking up more and more levels. They were also getting better and better at handling the abyssal spawns. Damon smiled. He then created a big party with everybody in it and sent a message. "I am going further in. Don't follow me. There will be more abyssal spawn for you right here. Keep grinding and become stronger. Don't die." Seeing the message, many had weird expressions on their faces. "Don't die! You suck as a leader, idiot! Don't you have anything else to say?" "Dude, Big Daddy will go wherever he wants. You cannot ask me to stay back," Ghost surprisingly responded in the chat, but the next moment, his message was deleted and the guy disappeared from the battlefield. It was clear to everyone that he fucked up and sent the message to the group instead of sending it privately. Saving the guy from embarrassment, Silvara ignored the whole episode and sent another message. "Thank you for the warning. We will keep that in mind and fight in this zone." Several other messages flashed in his system interface, but Damon no longer paid attention to them. Even for him, heading inside this madness was akin to committing suicide. He needed to be 100% alert. The abyssal spawn were just the starters. The main abyss dwellers were yet to show themselves. Damon activated stealth and moved inside the madness. The entire place was covered by a thick black fog which even dulled his primordial senses. Maybe they wouldn't have an effect if his primordial senses were at their fullest power, but I'm pretty sure just like everything in his body, these were also currently nerfed a little. He tried to avoid the areas where the fog was densest and chose only areas that had little fog, but it still did not help. Within moments, his stealth was undone and he was exposed to another horde of abyssal spawn.
These guys were endless and a drain on energy and resources, but Damon welcomed it. The more they throw themselves at him, the more he can feast. Now that others were also not around him, he let loose completely without holding back. Taking inspiration from the surroundings, he made his blood energy shoot out like tendrils. He then activated Poison Burst, Poison Domain, and a bunch of other poison skills. The abyssal spawn walked into the trap, but to Damon's surprise, they weren't all of a sudden one-shotted like the other normal creatures. It looked like even his deadly poison had very little effect on them. Was this because of the special nature of abyssal ichor? Damon grinned. It was fine. So what if poison did not work? He still had other aces up his sleeve. He decided to test out a few things right here and now to determine what was the best course of attack against these abyss monsters. After the poison, he started with divine and holy attacks. Just like he expected, these still worked against the abyss monsters, but they were not as effective as he had hoped they would be. They did work better than the poison attacks. After the divine tests, Damon cycled through his elemental arsenal one by one. His fire attacks seared chunks of their bodies, but the flames sputtered unnaturally fast, smothered by the ichor, as if the spawn themselves drank fire like water. Ice slowed them, cracking their oily limbs, but moments later the shards dissolved into sludge that reformed again. Lightning tore through them with satisfying screams, but its arcs were muted, crawling sluggishly along their bodies, as though the abyss itself grounded the strike. Damon's crimson eyes narrowed. It wasn't that his skills weren't working. They were, but they were far less effective than they could be. A prolonged battle in this situation would only drain a normal player, but for someone like him, who had a huge-ass mana reserve, it did not affect many things. Damon exhaled slowly, black ichor steaming off his armor as the last spawn dissolved into sludge. His claws flexed, still humming with residual energy from cycling through so many elements. Now he understood why in my last life even the guild titans and top-tier players had bled themselves dry fighting these things. It wasn't that abyssal spawn were impossibly strong. They weren't. It's that every hit cost too much, every spell drained too fast, every victory left you weaker than before. Slowly, inevitably, the abyss wore you down. Damon wiped a smear of ichor from his cheek. He now understood how he needed to fight here. Energy conservation was the name of the game. There wasn't a single-hit solution for this problem. The abyss didn't need to overpower its enemies. It simply forced them to choke on inefficiency until they broke. Damon adjusted his attitude and continued moving further in. He never planned to stay here for long. There were 3 things he came for, 3 things he could reach without getting much further into this God-forsaken place. He continued moving through the ruins and fissures, and finally, after 3 more waves of abyssal spawns, he reached his first target. The ruins around him shifted from half-collapsed houses and shattered cobblestones into something far worse. Here, the earth itself had caved inward, leaving behind a cratered scar where an entire district used to stand. The black fog pooled thickest here, roiling like liquid tar, and at the very center was a mound of writhing ichor shaped like a nest. Damon's crimson eyes sharpened. This was it, the first target he had marked from memories of his past life. He hurriedly approached the nest and searched around it. It was not difficult to find what he was looking for, and he spotted it in a second. A shiny black egg with silver streaks. Damon tried to inspect it, but nothing really showed up. This is it. In his last life, someone random, had managed to find this egg and take it. The guy was even pretty sure that this was a dragon's egg. All of a sudden, he ended up becoming a huge celebrity, and everyone patiently looked forward to the big shot actually hatching a dragon's egg. In the end, nothing of that sort happened. The guy tried every method he could get his hands on for the next 2 years, making alliances with many guilds and taking many people's help, but until the very end, he was unable to hatch the egg. All he got was a life of endless misery, where he was always hunted down and had to scramble for his life. It was a good thing that the egg was a soul-bound item that did not drop that easily. Otherwise, he would have lost it a long time ago. Not that it did him any good. All the deaths only made it difficult for him to progress. He couldn't exactly get the egg to hatch, and he couldn't sell it for good money to someone else or even drop the damn hot potato from his hands. He was just stuck with the egg. He even lamented in public that the egg brought him endless bad luck and called it a curse. But Damon was not worried about those things. He had access to things that the other guy probably never had. He also had a lot of ideas to try and hatch the thing. He was not too stressed about it. A dragon's egg, huh? He hurriedly grabbed the egg and pocketed it. Almost immediately he felt a presence wash over him, but it was only for a fraction of a second before it disappeared. When Damon turned around, a chorus of snarls rippled through the fog. Shapes slinked into view, sleek, wolf-like, with hides made of jagged obsidian blades dripping ichor. Their eyes glowed a sickly green, locking onto the egg tucked away in Damon's possession. Abyss fangs, the wolf counterparts of the abyssal gate. There were at least 10 of them, their bodies moving like liquid smoke, claws carving trenches into the ground. Damon grinned. So that was the presence I felt. You lot don't want me taking your shiny little egg, huh? Too late. It's mine now. His blood energy flared, scarlet mist curling around his form. Too late. It's mine now. The Abyss fangs lunged all at once, moving as a pack. Damon didn't retreat. Instead, venomous blood spikes appeared around him, each shooting forward like a storm of crimson javelins shrieking through the fog. The Abyss fangs twisted mid-lunge, bodies flowing around the attacks with unnatural grace. A few spikes hit, and these wolves became visibly slower. The poison had a lot more impact on these beasts compared to the abyssal spawn. The first Abyss fang stumbled, its legs buckling as green ichor oozed from the punctures. Damon's eyes lit up. So, poison works better on you mutts, huh? Good to know. He flicked his wrist and the blood spikes dissolved into a crimson haze before reforming as needle-thin spikes. Immediately, a system notification flashed in front of him. Ding, your proficiency in blood manipulation has increased. The needle-thin spikes lashed forward, each laced with venom, seeking out the wolves' joints and throats. This time the Abyss fangs didn't slip away so easily. Several yelped as the needles pierced through their tough hides, ichor boiling where the poison touched. But the pack adapted frighteningly fast. 2 wolves darted to his blind side, while another hurled itself straight at his chest. Their coordination was eerily precise, more like soldiers than beasts. Damon stepped sideways, his form flickering as Shadow Step carried him out of their encirclement. The wolf lunging at his chest tore through an afterimage, jaws snapping shut on smoke. Damon instantly appeared behind it, his hand plunging into the wolf's back, venom flooding its body. The beast spasmed violently before erupting in a spray of black ichor. Ding, you have extracted the skill Abyssal Fang Bite, active, rank D. Ding, you have extracted +1 vitality. The other Abyss fangs howled, their green eyes blazing brighter. The pack broke into a frenzy, circling faster, blurring in and out of the fog, as if they were trying to smother him in shadows. Damon only smirked, his crimson mist thickening around him. Good. Give me everything you've got. The more you throw at me, the stronger I become. He sent out another wave of venomous needles, and this time not a single wolf managed to escape its fate as the needles tore through the pack. The wolves shrieked in despair and tried to chew out their own body in a mad frenzy, removing chunks of flesh infected with the venom, but the venom was too much. Wherever Damon's poisoned blood dug in, the ichor boiled, corroded, and refused to mend. One by one, the Abyss fangs collapsed into twitching heaps. Damon did not waste time and absorbed all of their essence. A series of notifications chimed in. Ding, you have slain Abyss fang. Ding, you have extracted +2 strength. Ding, you have extracted Abyssal Resilience +1. ... It was only a matter of time before all the wolves dropped dead. By the time the last abyss fang let out its death cry, the black fog had thinned just enough to reveal the crater once more. Damon stood in the center, his entire figure soaked in ichor, his crimson eyes glowing with unrestrained hunger. He was just about to activate stealth and disappear when suddenly something unexpected showed up in his hand. It was the egg. Damon raised a brow. He tossed the egg back into his storage space. However, the next moment the egg once again showed up on his hand. What the hell? The egg pulsed faintly, the silver streaks along its shell glowing brighter with each thrum, like a heartbeat, in sync with his own. Damon's crimson eyes narrowed, suspicion flashing. He hadn't summoned it. His storage wasn't malfunctioning either. He could feel the egg rejecting containment, refusing to be hidden away. The aura leaking from it was different now. Before, it had been dormant. But after the Abyss Fang's deaths, after the flood of ichor and venom, it felt more alive. "Don't tell me," Damon muttered, holding it up. The shell radiated a faint heat, the streaks pulsing faster as if responding to the blood and ichor still dripping from his hands. It wasn't random. The egg was reacting to the carnage. "Can this guy absorb the abyss ichor?" As if answering his question, a system notification popped up. "Ding! Unknown abyss-infused egg has reacted to abyssal essence. Ding! Progress toward hatching 1%. Damon was livid with happiness. He thought he would have to jump through all sorts of hoops just to find a way to hatch this thing, but 2 seconds later, he had already figured it out. That poor bastard in his last life must have somehow slipped in between his friends or enemies and stolen this egg, and then immediately got the heck out of here. That was probably why he had never been able to figure out how to hatch this thing. Damon waited for the egg to eat to its heart's content. There was only some essence left because he had already sucked everything dry prior to the wolves' deaths, but it looked like the egg was able to siphon off abyssal essence even from the flesh and bones. The egg pulsed greedily in his palm, faint streams of black ichor rising off the twitching abyss fang corpses and spiraling into the shell. The silver streaks grew brighter with each wisp it consumed, as if veins of molten light were being etched deeper into its surface. Damon was even more pleased. If it could grow just by leaching the leftovers of what he didn't fully drain, then it was all the better. He did not have to slow down his pace at all. Damon gave it a couple of minutes, and when the pulsing eased into a steady, dull glow, he once again tried putting the egg back into the storage space. Since the thing was done eating, there should not be any particular reason why it wouldn't simply go inside any like other objects. At least that's what he thought. The very next moment, the damn thing was back in his hands once again. Damon frowned. After a series of experiments, he finally gave up and strapped the egg to his chest with a piece of cloth. What else was he supposed to do? Carry it in one hand and fight? That wouldn't be the most convenient thing in the world. Damon scowled, running a hand through his ichor-stained hair. Great, now I'm a babysitter. Still, his crimson eyes gleamed with satisfaction. This wasn't a curse, not for him. Where others had floundered for years with no answers, he had already unlocked the key. The egg thrived on abyssal essence. It was a perfect match. The only problem was its stubborn clinginess. No storage, no concealment, no escape. It wanted to be with him. "Fine," Damon muttered under his breath, adjusting the makeshift harness as the egg pulsed once, like smug agreement. "But don't slow me down. If you're going to leech, then you'd better grow into something worth the trouble." He pulled his cloak tight, hiding the glow beneath his chest, and turned his gaze deeper into the ruins. 2 more targets still awaited him, and the abyss wasn't going to wait politely. Damon pressed deeper through the ruins, past the warped streets and broken towers, until the shattered avenues opened into what had once been the grand central plaza of Lotera. The plaza was no longer flat. Instead, a small hill of jagged stone and blackened earth rose from its heart, as if the ground itself had been forced upward by some obscene hand. At the very top of the hill jutted massive, crystalline shards of abyssal steel ore, glimmering like black diamonds. This ore popped up here and there throughout the hellish zone, but this cluster right here was the easiest one to obtain. Abyssal steel was known for its extreme damage resistance, both physical and magical. While most metals corroded under exposure to ichor, abyssal steel thrived in it, drinking in corruption and converting it into resilience. Forged properly, it produced weapons and armor that were unnaturally sharp and near indestructible. More importantly, there was a 50% chance that any weapon or armor forged with it would become epic or higher grade. For blacksmiths, this was nothing short of a miracle material, one that could change entire factions overnight. Since Damon currently had a big group of talented blacksmiths, he would be an utter fool to let such a chance slip through his fingers.
Damon looked up at the jagged ore, his crimson eyes reflecting the glitter of the black diamond-like shards. Perfect. He started climbing the hill to mine the ore. He only barely took a couple of steps when the ground trembled beneath his boots. The abyss never gave anything for free. From between the shards of abyssal steel, black ichor bubbled upward and began to harden, coalescing into hulking forms. Their bodies were latticed with the very ore he coveted, each step ringing like hammer on anvil. Abyssal ore golems. 3 of them. The weakest one was level 120, and the strongest one was level 180. These numbers did not really matter because the real strength of the golems was a lot more than what their levels indicated. Their bodies were nearly impervious, their frames soaking in magic and dulling blades as though every strike were nothing more than a child's tantrum. Worse, Damon knew from memory that these things could regenerate. Shatter one, and unless the abyssal steel core at its chest was destroyed in a single clean blow, it would pull itself back together. Figures, Damon muttered, tightening the straps on the egg at his chest. The pulsing shell radiated faint heat, almost as if it were hungry again, reacting to the energy spilling off the golems. Looks like you're going to have your fill today, too. Damon summoned his shadow and then conjured several veinous black blood spears. I wonder if I can take off your regeneration. He sent the spears flying at the golems, which did not bother dodging his little attack. The spears slammed into the nearest golem, black ichor spraying as his blood-forged projectiles precisely punched through the gaps in its ore plating. The wound gaped wide, ichor hissing as his venom clawed at it. But then the abyssal steel around the wound pulsed once, and the ichor knitted back into place, the ore shifting like living armor to seal the breach. The golem let out a grinding roar, its eyes flaring with abyssal light. But Damon could see that the patch-up was nowhere near perfect. With just one attack, he had already created a weak point in the abyssal ore golems, which were supposed to be a huge pain in the ass when mining ores. He grinned and prepared for a second attack. Let's see how long you can keep patching yourselves up. Damon's grin widened, fangs glinting as he gathered more blood energy. This time, instead of hurling the spears, he shaped them into writhing tendrils that dug straight into the cracked plating of the nearest golem. The golem bellowed, swinging its massive ore-encrusted fist downward, but Damon blinked just out of reach, reappearing on its shoulder. His tendrils held fast, burrowing deeper into the exposed gap like leeches. Black ichor boiled as his bloodline extraction flared to life. Ding! You are siphoning abyssal essence. Ding! Abyssal resilience +1. Ding! Strength +2. The golem spasmed, its chest core flickering as if its heartbeat stuttered. Damon's eyes gleamed with victory. Got you. But the other 2 didn't stand idle. They moved with surprising speed, jagged arms swinging in unison to crush him between them.
Damon twisted away, but one strike clipped his shoulder, sending a shock of pain through his body and forcing him to roll across the hill's jagged slope. He quickly got back up and prepared for round 2. The fight was a long, dragged-out dogfight, with Damon taking 1 hit for every 5 hits he gave out. Eventually, his venom won over their durability, and the golems finally began to falter. Their abyssal steel plating, once flawless, now sagged with jagged cracks, spiderwebbing across their frames. The first golem collapsed to his knees, roaring with a sound like grinding mountains before Damon drove a blood-forged lance into its chest. The core shattered. Abyssal steel shards rained down the slope in glittering streams of black crystal. Ding! You have extracted +1 magic resistance. Ding! You have extracted the skill Harden. Ding! You have slain Abyssal Ore Golem. Ding! You have obtained Abyssal Steel Ore, Refined, X2. Ding! You have extracted Abyssal Golem Core Fragment. Every single one of these drops was valuable, and Damon quickly pocketed them. The egg strapped to his chest pulsed violently, drinking in the essence that bled out of the broken corpse. The second golem lunged before he could savor the victory, its ore-crusted arm swinging with the weight of a siege engine. Damon caught the edge of the blow with his blood tendrils, deflecting enough to slip inside its guard. He unleashed Blood Lance, Fire Burst, and Shadow Dagger in a brutal chain. The Ichor shrieked as the attacks combined, burning, corroding, and swallowing chunks of the creature until its chest core was left exposed. One brutal thrust ended it. The final golem was the strongest, its abyssal steel plating glowing faintly, as if the ore itself was more resilient. Damon grinned savagely. "So you're the stubborn one." The fight dragged on, every blow shaking the plaza, black ichor flooding down the slope, but Damon was patient. Every exchange spread his venom deeper. Every extraction chipped away at its resilience. Finally, with a roar, the last golem staggered and toppled, its core sputtering weakly. Damon crushed it in his hand, shards cutting into his palm as ichor gushed over him. Ding! Abyssal Affinity, +1. Ding! You have slain Abyssal Ore Golem. Ding! You have obtained Abyssal Steel Ore, Refined, X3. Ding! Egg progress toward hatching, +2%. Damon straightened slowly, his cloak shredded, his chest rising and falling with exertion. Around him, the plaza glittered with abyssal steel fragments, black diamonds scattered like spoils of war. His crimson eyes narrowed with satisfaction. 2 targets down. He collected every single ore shard and every single ore fragment from the place, not missing even the smallest piece. Only after double-checking a couple of times, Damon dissolved into the shadows and disappeared from the spot. 2 down and 1 more to go.
The shadows spit Damon out several districts deeper into the abyss-eaten city. The city itself was not originally this big, but with the Abyss Gate, new land had simply sprouted all over the place, increasing the total territory at least 5 to 10 times the original size. Damon arrived at what could be called the first focal point of the whole zone, the location where the first respawn point was present. Naturally, his third target was none other than his dear friends, who should be in a state worse than death right about now. He spotted the jagged obsidian monolith jutting from a cracked road like a gravestone and looked around. Damon did not have to look for long. Hiding under the broken-down remains of a previously famous inn was none other than the flashy fire mage, Majika. Only his previous arrogance and vigor were no longer visible on his face. His robes were shredded, his skin cracked with abyssal burns that leaked faint wisps of ichor. His health was dropping by the second. His hands shook violently as he tried and failed to conjure even a spark of flame. The man had already been reduced to a mere level 30. Magicka's eyes listlessly rolled toward Damon, half lucid, half mad. You, his voice was raw and hoarse. Blood god, help. Please, it won't stop. Damon crouched, studying him with a faint grin. Can't log out, can't escape, huh? Magicka clawed weakly at Damon's arm, ichor smearing his fingers. Please, end it. I'll give you everything. Gold, scrolls, my guild. His voice cracked, desperation spilling from him. I will give you whatever you want. Just please help me. This one. Damon chuckled. I will think about it while drinking some of your blood. Feeling a tad bit thirsty, you see. Magicka's eyes slightly widened, and before he could react, Damon had already nicked his neck as fresh blood essence freely flowed into his body. Sorry, buddy, I did quite a bit of thinking, but unfortunately I am not in a very forgiving mood today. You should have thought twice before touching my family. Magicka let out a strangled cry, his fingers twitching against Damon's arm as he dropped dead yet again. Ding! You have extracted +3 intelligence. Ding! You have extracted the skill Hellburst Nova. Ding! You have slain the player Magicka. Ding! Notoriety +1. The system prompts flickered across his vision, and Damon's grin only widened at the sight of the new skill, Hellburst Nova. He had never heard of this skill before. It must be a rare skill for a fire mage, a very good haul indeed. He rose smoothly as Magicka's body dissolved into motes of light. The jagged monolith at the respawn point pulsed once, which meant that the guy should respawn in a couple of minutes. And he had some time to spare. It was a good chance to get some skills from the guy. Why waste it? His gaze darted around, and he found a couple of gold coins. Damon raised a brow. Only 2 gold coins dropped from someone like Magicka? Impossible! He rubbed his chin as he continued looking around. If he was not wrong, the guy's other possessions must be scattered around in this region. Also, Magicka should not be the only one hanging around here. It was time for some hunting. All the guys who plotted around him should be hiding somewhere here, waiting for him to take them out one after the other. The ruined inn was silent save for the hiss of ichor leaking from the cracks. Damon's gaze silently darted around until a faint groaning sound came from somewhere in the alley behind. Damon's grin widened. Found you! He blurred into the shadows, the egg not affecting his stealth state. He sent a silent thanks to the little leech for that, and followed the sound until he found them. 3 figures huddled under a broken-down archway, their faces pale, their armor battered, their eyes bloodshot with exhaustion. Damon did not exactly recognize the 3, but if they were here, then they were fair game. He silently arrived near them, and this time he did not announce himself. He simply sent out blood needles which paralyzed them on impact and sucked their blood essence dry before the 3 dropped dead. Ding! You have extracted +2 strength. Ding! You have extracted +1 agility. Ding! You have extracted +1 stamina. Ding! You have extracted the skill Fire Arrows. Ding! He cleared the notifications and continued the search. He ran across another 3 or 4 groups and drained them dry, but they were nobodies. His main targets were still out there. Damon stopped. He then had an idea. He might not have found his other targets, but he did find one of them, and that rat was bound to lead him right to the gang sooner or later. Damon retraced his steps back to the spawn point in time for Magicka to show up again. The jagged monolith pulsed again, and Magicka's body reformed in front of it. His chest heaved as if he'd been drowning for hours. The moment his feet touched the ground, he dropped to his knees, clutching at his temples. Damon leaned casually against the broken inn's doorway, arms folded, crimson eyes gleaming in amusement. "Welcome back, sunshine. Sleep well?" Magicka flinched at the voice, his head jerking toward Damon. Terror flashed across his face. He scrambled backward like a wounded dog, but his body was too weak to run.
His hand sparked weakly with flame before fizzling out. Why won't you leave me alone?" Damon pushed off the wall, sauntering toward him. "All right, you want me to leave you alone. That's it. Okay, I will do it. But I am here to take you out of this place. Actually, I'm here to take you all out of this zone. Totally not a god's orders for me. When the guy who gave me 2.5 billion gold coins asks me to do something, I have to do that. No other choice for me. So, shall we leave or what?"
Majika's eyes widened in shock and anticipation.
"Sorry about my behavior earlier. I would be very grateful if you could not tell totally not a god about any of this. It's just that we had some unresolved problems from the past and I had to kill you. But now that I have killed you once, let's call it even. You understand me, right? No hard feelings." Damon smiled warmly. Majika nodded his head in a daze. Damon still did not let him off. "Are you nodding yes or no?" he asked again in a threatening tone. Majika's lips trembled as he immediately nodded again and again, almost pathetically eager. Yes, I understand. No hard feelings, no hard feelings." His voice cracked, but he forced a broken smile, desperate to agree with Damon. "That's good," Damon smiled. He clapped Majika gently on the shoulder, almost sending the guy flying away. "See, I knew you were smart enough to understand how this works." Majika let out a shaky laugh that sounded more like a sob, his eyes darting nervously to the monolith and then back to Damon. Then I can go?" "Of course," Damon said, his smile never faltering. "But I wouldn't want you to trip and fall into any more unfortunate accidents. Besides, you and I both know our friends are waiting. Don't you want to see them again?" The mage froze, sweat dripping down his head. He tried to nod, tried to smile, but the tremor in his jaw betrayed the pit forming in his gut. "Good man," Damon said at last, straightening and gesturing ahead like a gracious host. "Lead the way. Let's go get everyone and then be on our way." Majika's heart sank. He had just walked himself into hell and the blood god was holding the door open. He stumbled forward, every step reluctant, his shredded boots dragging over the cracked stone. Damon followed close behind, his presence pressing down heavier than the abyssal fog itself. The egg at his chest pulsed faintly, as though it too fed on the mage's dread. Every so often Majika's hands twitched, sparks of flame flaring pitifully at his fingertips before dying out again. Damon noticed, of course, but said nothing. He only chuckled once softly, and the sound made Majika's spine stiffen like he'd been stabbed. "You look nervous," Damon said casually. "Don't be. This is just a reunion. Think about it. Your whole group, back together. Isn't that nice?" Majika swallowed hard, his voice breaking when he tried to answer. Yes, nice." His own words sounded hollow to him, but Damon seemed satisfied enough. "That's good," Damon smiled. He clapped Majika gently on the shoulder, almost sending the guy flying away. "See? I knew you were smart enough to understand how this works." Majika let out a shaky laugh that sounded more like a sob, his eyes darting nervously to the monolith and then back to Damon. Then I can go?" "Of course," Damon said, his smile never faltering, "but I wouldn't want you to trip and fall into any more unfortunate accidents. Besides, you and I both know our friends are waiting. Don't you want to see them again?" The mage froze, sweat dripping down his head. He tried to nod, tried to smile, but the tremor in his jaw betrayed the pit forming in his gut. "Good man," Damon said at last, straightening and gesturing ahead like a gracious host. "Lead the way. Let's go get everyone and then be on our way." Majika's heart sank. He had just walked himself into hell, and the blood god was holding the door open. He stumbled forward, every step reluctant, his shredded boots dragging over the cracked stone.
Damon followed close behind, his presence pressing down heavier than the abyssal fog itself. The egg at his chest pulsed faintly, as though it too fed on the mage's dread. Every so often Majika's hands twitched, sparks of flame flaring pitifully at his fingertips before dying out again. Damon noticed, of course, but said nothing. He only chuckled once, softly, and the sound made Majika's spine stiffen like he'd been stabbed. "You look nervous," Damon said casually. "Don't be. This is just a reunion. Think about it. Your whole group, back together. Isn't that nice?" Majika swallowed hard, his voice breaking when he tried to answer. Yes, nice." His own words sounded hollow to him, but Damon seemed satisfied enough. "Good," Damon smiled. He still did not let him off. "Are you nodding yes or no?" He asked again in a threatening tone. Majika's lips trembled as he immediately nodded again and again, almost pathetically eager. Yes, I understand. No hard feelings, no hard feelings." His voice cracked, but he forced a broken smile, desperate to agree with Damon. "That's good," Damon smiled. He clapped Majika gently on the shoulder, almost sending the guy flying away. "See? I knew you were smart enough to understand how this works." Majika let out a shaky laugh that sounded more like a sob, his eyes darting nervously to the monolith, then back to Damon. Then I can go?" "Of course," Damon said, his smile never faltering. "But I wouldn't want you to trip and fall into any more unfortunate accidents. Besides, you and I both know our friends are waiting. Don't you want to see them again?" The mage froze, sweat dripping down his head. He tried to nod, tried to smile, but the tremor in his jaw betrayed the pit forming in his gut. "Good man," Damon said at last, straightening and gesturing ahead like a gracious host. "Lead the way. Let's go get everyone and then be on our way." Majika's heart sank. He had just walked himself into hell, and the blood god was holding the door open. He stumbled forward, and every step was reluctant, his shredded boots dragging over the cracked stone. Damon followed close behind, his presence pressing down, heavier than the abyssal fog itself. The egg at his chest pulsed faintly, as though it too fed on the mage's dread. Every so often, Majika's hands twitched, parts of flame flaring at his fingertips, before dying out again. Damon noticed, of course, but said nothing. He only chuckled once softly, and the sound made Majika's spine stiffen like he had been stabbed. "You look nervous," Damon said casually. "Don't be. This is just a reunion. Think about it. Your whole group, back together. Isn't that nice?" Majika swallowed hard, his voice breaking when he tried to answer. Yes, nice." His own words sounded hollow to him, but Damon seemed satisfied enough. "Good," Damon murmured. His eyes glowed faintly red in the fog. He suddenly stopped and pointed forward. "Somewhere out here."